Even if you turn into a corpse demon, what can you do? Drag a few more people down with you? What corpse demon? What do you mean by that? Open your eyes and take a good look. Where is this? Swoosh. Just as Jiangxi was restraining Su Shuanglin, an arrow infused with spiritual power shot out from somewhere and stabbed towards the barrier behind the two of them at an extremely fast speed. Don't! Su Shuanglin, who had always been calm, let out a horrifying scream for the first time tonight. Stop! Almost in the instant he was distracted, Su Shuanglin was struck by Jiangxi's falling sword. In an instant, blood spurted out wildly. He was in so much pain that he suddenly knelt on the ground. However, his eyes were filled with madness and despair. He was not looking at his own flesh that had been cut off and his white bone exposed. His eyes were about to split open, but he was looking in the direction of the barrier. His face was still spattered with blood. His eyes were bulging, and his lips couldn't stop trembling. That type of terrified expression, regardless of whether it was the past Nan Gongsu's face or the later Su Shuanglin's face, had never appeared before. He was trembling, but his palm was still in the position of releasing spiritual power. He had used almost all of his strength in this attack just to stop that cold arrow in front of the formation. He succeeded. Su Shuanglin gasped for breath. Blood kept flowing out of the arm cut by Jiangxi, and blood foam kept seeping out of the corner of his mouth. But when he saw that the arrow was successfully blocked and shattered under his spiritual power, his pale lips trembled and he squeezed out a smile. At this time, Mo Ran heard Shimei murmur beside him, This isn't the corpse demon array. Huang Xiaoye heard his words. Huang Xiaoye twisted her beard and snorted, You're so young. Aren't you ashamed? How can Han Lin be wrong when he says it's the corpse demon array? Shimei shook his head firmly. The corpse demon array isn't like that. I say, are you the one with the poisonous eyes of the medicine sect's holy hand or are you? Shimei was about to say something, but Mo Ran stopped him. Shimei, don't talk nonsense with this old man. Mo Ran said, Are you sure this isn't the corpse demon array? Just looks like it, but it definitely isn't. The corpse demon array has a fish scale luster. Although this array has light, it's coherent, not in a sheet shape. At this time Jiangxi, who was in front of the array, said angrily, Nan Gongshu, what are you selling? Su Shuanglin completely ignored him. The formation emitted a dazzling brilliance. He dragged his battered body all the way to the front of the formation. Blood dripped all over the ground. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. The brilliance of the array illuminated his face, giving him a high-spirited look. For a moment he looked like a young man. He murmured, It's almost time. He raised his hand and lightly touched the surface of the array. As his fingers fell, ripples appeared. He felt like he was about to see an old friend he had been separated from for many years, a relative he had been separated from for a long time. His hideous wounds and rotting body couldn't stop his joy. His eyes brightened and he kept murmuring, It's almost time. It's almost time, just a little bit more. The surging wind suddenly stopped, and the thick clouds dispersed, revealing the full moon in the sky. Su Shuanglin opened his eyes full of hope. He was trembling again, but this time it wasn't because of fear, but because of excitement, uncontrollable excitement. Master, everyone noticed that a golden light suddenly appeared in the array, and then a sparkling and translucent spiritual nucleus appeared. The array kept sending light to the center of the spiritual nucleus, and it gradually condensed into a human shape. It's Luo Fenghua? It's Luo Fenghua. Luo Fenghua, who had been dead for many years, appeared on the soul-summoning altar of the Confucian Wind sect. An orange tree with blooming flowers appeared in the array flowing with golden light. White petals fluttered down. Luo Fenghua was sitting under the tree, wearing the sky-blue crane robe of the Confucian Wind sect. He was playing the kongho with his eyes closed. He was still an illusory figure, a blurred image like a mirror image of the moon in the water. Only the spiritual nucleus of the reborn ghost fetus, obtained from the netherworld, was real. It was emitting light under the illusory body. 3 or 4 petals fall in the pond, 1 or 2 strings on the shore. A faint male voice came from the center of the spirit core, unperturbed. Luo Fenghua under the flowering tree was singing a tune from the middle of Sichuan. It's best to be in the prime of your life. Light hooves and fast horses, see all the flowers in the world. Suddenly, a hoarse voice blended together with Luo Fenghua's illusory voice. It was actually Su Shuanglin singing along. That voice was choked with sobs and was too unpleasant to listen to. It was like a broken gong, like rotten iron, but it was still so stubborn, as if there was no one else present. This is the corpse demon? Xue Zhengyong was stunned. What's going on? Obviously, more than one person had the same doubts as him. Even Jiangxi frowned slightly. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. There seemed to be doubts in her eyes. As the golden light floated, Luo Fenghua slowly took shape. His eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips became clearer and clearer. In the midst of Tsin Yuan's serene singing, Hua Bainan suddenly shouted, "Quick! The corpse demon is about to take shape." Shi may have been very low-key along the way. He probably knew that his body was weak, so he didn't talk much. But now, he suddenly turned to Hua Bainan and said loudly, "Senior Sacred Hands is wrong. This is not the corpse demon. It's the array of rebirth." Mo Ran already understood. Yes, Shi Mei was right. This was not the corpse demon array, but the array of rebirth. But in a group of people gathered together, would they believe a nameless cultivator or a famous sacred hands of the medicine sect? As soon as Hua Bainan said that the corpse demon was about to take shape, no matter how much Shi Mei refuted, for most people, saving their own lives was more important. Immediately, a dark green shadow flew past them. Before Su Shuanglin could react, the shadow stabbed a dagger full of spiritual energy into the barrier. No! The dagger smashed Luo Fenghua's spiritual core. The golden light of the barrier flickered for a moment, then dissipated and fell apart. No! No! Master! Master! Su Shuanglin suddenly crawled to his feet. With a furious roar, he struck that person high up in the air and sent him flying about a foot away. That was a cultivator who had listened to Hua Bainan's instructions at the critical moment. He suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Su Shuanglin had used all of his strength in this strike. Even though he was now an arrow at the end of its flight, that person was still beaten to the ground and could not get up. He curled up on the ground and kept moaning. Soon he stopped breathing. But it was too late. This cultivator's death couldn't change anything. The spiritual core of Luo Fenghua's spiritual core, which Su Shuanglin had tried so hard to take back from the 18 levels of purgatory, had already cracked open. He crawled all the way to Luo Fenghua and tried to hold on to the hem of Luo Fenghua's clothes, but the human figure had already begun to dissipate. In his hands, the hem of Luo Fenghua's clothes was like sand between his fingers, water in a basket. He couldn't hold on to it no matter how hard he tried. "Master! Master!" he shouted like this at first. Then he went crazy. His eyes flashed with a ferocious and trembling light. Luo Fenghua! Luo Fenghua! It was useless. No matter how he shouted, no matter how he called. Luo Fenghua's afterimages were rapidly dissipating. In the end, they turned into thousands of fluorescent lights in an instant and were blown into the wind. Nothing was left. Su Shuanglin knelt in the same place in a daze. His entire body seemed very stiff. He didn't move. He didn't cry. He didn't shout anymore. On the soul-summoning platform in the chilly wind, a cracked spiritual core lost its light and fell to the ground dim and colorless. The spiritual flow of the array, which was originally going to converge into Luo Fenghua's regenerating limbs, was now like thousands of catkins, constantly floating and spinning. Specks of stars floating and sinking. Su Shuanglin knelt in this disintegrated illusion. After a long time he seemed to be muttering to himself but also seemed to be laughing at himself. He said, "It's best to be in the prime of one's youth. Light hooves and fast horses, seeing the ends of the world?" What a good song. When he was young, he often heard Luo Fenghua sing this song. The spiritual catkins in his eyes became the past years. In the fluttering golden catkins, he saw the scene when he first saw his master when he was young. At that time, he and his brother were still young. His father brought them to the front of the Confucian Academy. It was autumn, and there was an old orange tree in the academy. On the tree there were heavy fruits. Under the tree 2 men were talking. One of them was not handsome, and his expression was light. He looked like he would be drowned out in a crowd. The other was valiant and dignified. His father brought them over and said, "Quickly, greet your master." His brother immediately rushed to kneel down and said to the man with the extraordinary temperament, "Little disciple Nangong Lu greets master." The man waved his hand and said, "I'm just here to ask Mr. Luo for some knowledge. I'm not your master. Young masters, you've got the wrong person." His father also smiled and led them to the man who didn't look very outstanding. He said, "This is your master, immortal Luo Fenghua." He raised his head and met Luo Fenghua's somewhat bashful smile. At that time Luo Fenghua was already young, and when she was nervous she appeared even more immature. Her pair of round eyes reflected the reflections of the two little disciples, and her cheeks were slightly red. The old school leader took his hand and said, "Immortal elder, these two children of mine have very different temperaments. The suitable cultivation path for them may not be the same. In the future, I'll have to ask you to be more tolerant and teach according to their aptitude." Luo Fenghua was holding an orange in his hand. He seemed to be trying to tidy up the dignity of a teacher, but the hand that kept rubbing the orange exposed his inexperience and shyness. Nangong Lu was very clever. He immediately went up and called out sweetly, "Master Luo, Master Luo." Luo Fenghua's face immediately turned red. Even the tips of his ears were covered in blood. He waved his hand and said, "I know you don't have to be so polite. I'm also a new teacher. I don't know anything. In the future, I'll have to ask the two young masters to give me more advice." He said for a long time not knowing what to say. Su Shuanglin clearly remembered that day when the sun shone on Lini. This Luo Fenghua, who was more like a little brother than a master, stood under a tree full of oranges in the sunlight. His ears were very thin. When the light shone on him, he could see the light blue blood vessels under his skin. The thin edges of his ears reflected a sparkling orange-yellow. Su Shuanglin then said the first sentence of his life to Luo Fenghua. "Immortal Luo, are you 20 years old this year?" This was originally a sarcastic sentence. Even his father, who was standing next to them, could hear it. However, Luo Fenghua did not hear it. He actually smiled and answered sincerely, "No, I'm 17 this year." Su Shuanglin moved his lips. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. He simply waved his hand and left. His father pulled him back and pulled him to a corner. He said sternly, "How can you judge a person's ability based on age? He's not much older than us. Previously, we invited Immortal Wang, but you said he was too old. Isn't it because he's old?" Su Shuanglin rolled his eyes. 97. I think he's about to die and become an immortal. 17 won't do. 97 won't do. What do you want?" Su Shuanglin said lazily, "Dad, can you not look for someone twice? There's an 80-year difference between the two times." The old sect leader was angry. He was embarrassed by his son's words. After gnashing his teeth for a long time, he finally said, "Although his ability is not the best, he has a wide range of knowledge and is very knowledgeable. His spells and martial arts are all top-notch. Anyway, you just have to learn from him. If you're still not satisfied after a year, we'll change again." After talking for a long time, the two of them came out from the corner. When they returned to the front of the academy, Su Shuanglin saw that his brother was actually chatting happily with Luo Fenghua. Looking at his brother's expression, it seemed that he had known this Master Luo for more than 10 years. However, this was not too strange. After all, Nangong Lu had the ability to talk to anyone as long as he was willing. On the other hand, Luo Fenghua was still a little anxious and reserved. When he looked up and saw Su Shuanglin, his anxiety and reserve became even more obvious. He looked at Su Shuanglin with an impatient face as he was dragged by his father to come to him. He hesitated for a while and used the most clumsy way to please this perverse and willful little disciple of his. He handed the orange that he had been holding but had not eaten to Su Shuanglin. Su Shuanglin was speechless. "It's very sweet. Try it." The 17-year-old little master looked helpless and panicked. He even looked a little pitiful. Only then did Su Shuanglin notice that on the corner of his clothes, there was even a flat patch. So poor. He was able to become the master of the two young masters of the Confucian Wind sect. No wonder he was so anxious and impatiently begged him. "I don't like to eat oranges," Su Shuanglin said. "Since Master Luo wants to stay here and not leave, This is the first thing I want Master Luo to remember. Su. The old sect leader was about to scold him, but Luo Fenghua waved his hand and quickly took back the orange. He said, it's okay, it's okay. Lord, you don't have to worry about it. Sai, I'm a rude child. I don't know how to respect my master. I've wronged you. It's okay. Luo Fenghua smiled and looked at Su Shuanglin again. His eyes were gentle and friendly, but he was also a little cautious. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you acknowledge me as your master or not. I have some knowledge. You can learn from me. You don't have to acknowledge me as your master. The old sect leader hurriedly said. How can that be? Titles are all empty. Luo Fenghua's cheeks were red. He scratched his head uneasily. Actually, I also feel that I'm a little too young. He turned his head and said to Su Shuanglin, if you don't mind, you can call me by my name in the future. Su Shuanglin looked at him quietly for a while. Suddenly he sneered. Just as Luo Fenghua, this poor honest man, was confused by him and became more and more embarrassed, he straightened his clothes and properly bowed to him. Then he raised his face. The fragrance of the orange trees and the shadows moved. Su Shuanglin smiled. His eyebrows were arrogant and domineering, and the corners of his mouth were slightly arrogant and evil. However, he was still young at that time. When he smiled, there was naturally a trace of tenderness and sweetness like a peach. That's right. Titles are all empty. So, why should he care so much about what he called the other party? Thus, Su Shuanglin lazily and unhurriedly called out, Shizun. The orange leaves rustled, mottled and flowing all over the ground. The wind started to blow. Forget it. I just have to make do with this one master. In less than a year, it's time to find the next one, he thought. At that time, Su Shuanglin really thought that everything was as usual, and that today was just an ordinary day in his life. Chapter 227. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. On an autumn day 2 years later, Su Shuanglin was lying on the roof of the Confucian Windsect's main hall. He squinted his eyes and looked at the red clouds in the sky with a strand of green foxtail in his mouth. Very few people would go to the roof of the main hall. It was originally a place where he was alone, but at this moment there were 2 people sitting on either side of him. One was his older brother, Nangong Lu, and the other was Master Luo, who was about the same age as them. Su Shuanglin felt that he was sometimes very much like some kind of beast that bared its fangs, not easily allowing others to enter its territory. Therefore, he also did not know why, when he was willing to take these 2 people to the roof, to accompany him in a daze, to watch the clouds, to watch the dragonflies fly low, and to watch the catkins float high. Luo, Su, where are you? His father's anxious and slightly angry voice came from under the veranda. Really, every time I ask them to help clean the courtyard, they run faster than rabbits. These 2 little bastards. Aya. Nangong Lu quietly poked his head out from the corner of the roof and showed his eyes. He saw his father hurrying over and then retracted his head. Haha, they're gone. The old man is also stupid. Su Shuanglin lazily crossed his legs and looked at him disdainfully. He never knew to come to the roof to look for us. Luo Fenghua was a bit uneasy. Is it okay for us to do this? Sai, why don't you go down in a moment? Don't make Lord worry. What does it matter? Anyway, even if the sky falls, we'll hold it up. Nangong Lu made a face at him. What are you worried about, Su? Am I right? Su Shuanglin didn't say whether he was right or wrong. He spat out the foxtail in his mouth, stretched, and sat up straight. Give me some melon seeds. Nangong Lu poured more than half of the melon seeds he brought up into Su Shuanglin's hand. Su Shuanglin slowly ate the melon seeds while squinting his eyes. He looked at Luo Fenghua with amusement and uneasiness. He licked off a piece of melon seed on his lips and smiled. Is Shizun scared? I just don't think it's a good idea. What's wrong with that? Su Shuanglin said. If the old man blames you, I'll give him a hard time. Luo Fenghua. Su Shuanglin then extended his hand to Luo Fenghua. Give me an orange. I thought you didn't like it. Su Shuanglin frowned. You're so long-winded. Are you going to give it to me or not? If not, I'll grab your ankles and throw you down. Su, don't be so fierce when you're talking to Shizun. What's Shizun? That's for outsiders to hear, Su Shuanglin said. which Shizun would sneak onto the roof with his disciple to eat melon seeds. Luo Fenghua was embarrassed by his words and slowly lowered his head. Su Shuanglin loved to see him like this. Every time he saw him like this, he felt like a bully bullying the weak. He stared at Luo Fenghua for a while and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Shizun Gij, am I right? Shizun Gij was a nickname that Su Shuanglin came up with on a whim. It was respectful and affectionate, but there was also a hint of teasing hidden within the intimacy. Thus Luo Fenghua appeared very anxious and sad. No, don't call me that. A nickname is just a formality. Shizun Gij said it himself. Luo Fenghua. And after teasing him, Su Shuanglin extended his hand again and pestered him again. An orange. You don't like it? I only brought one. It's for Lu. Su Shuanglin's eyes widened, but he didn't glare at Luo Fenghua. Instead, he turned his head and glared at his older brother. Nangong Lu was stuffing pastries into his mouth when he suddenly choked. He waved his hand vaguely and said, well, I don't really want to eat oranges today. Shizun, you can give it to him. Luo Fenghua thought for a moment and said, you can each have half. As he spoke, he wiped the orange on his sleeve and peeled off the skin. He wanted to break it in half fairly, but one side was still bigger and the other was smaller. Thus Luo Fenghua appeared to be a little distressed. Perhaps it was because he came from a poor family, but he was always troubled by such trivial matters. Sai, give me the big one. Su Shuanglin didn't stand on ceremony. He took the orange and made the choice for Luo Fenghua, who was trying to be fair. Give him the small one. Luo Fenghua said, don't always bully your older brother. Before he could finish speaking, a piece of juicy orange was stuffed into his mouth. He opened his round eyes in shock and looked at Su Shuanglin blankly and confusedly. What are you talking about? Su Shuanglin sneered. His attitude was sloppy, but his eyes were very gentle. I still have to share my half with Shizun. Nangong Lu also came over and took the other half of the orange. He counted the number of pieces and divided them into several pieces, handing them to Su Shuanglin and Luo Fenghua. The sect leader of the Confucian Wind School, who came later, chuckled. Under the sunset, his soft hair slightly covered his forehead. Su Shuanglin looked at him in amusement. What are you doing? There are oranges. Let's eat them together. He also divided the melon seeds, pastries, and candied fruits into 3 piles. There are snacks. Let's eat them together. You are really... Luo Fenghua seemed to be trying to regain his dignity, but whether it was Su Shuanglin or Nangong Lu, they didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, they looked at him with a bit of friendliness but also with a bit of mischief. Luo Fenghua was happy to see this kind of friendly expression, but he also felt it was absurd. After half a day he muttered, you are really messing around. Nangong Lu said, we are not messing around, we are not messing around. Even if we are messing around, we are messing around together. When Su Shuanglin heard this, he finally burst out laughing. He supported himself with one hand on the roof and supported his forehead with the other. He smiled and said, okay, then the 3 of us will eat oranges and snacks together in the future. He paused for a moment and then looked up at the magnificent scenery of the Confucian Wind School's house. He grinned and said, there is a roof, let's climb up together. The scene flashed by. It was still that year, the Lantern Festival. Su Shuanglin was barefoot and had a leaf in his mouth. He was walking lazily on the main path of the Confucian Wind School. From time to time he would point and say, hang that lantern a bit higher. I'm talking to you. Why did you hang it so low? Someone with short legs should go up. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from behind him. Su, wait a minute. Su Shuanglin turned around and saw Luo Fenghua coming over with a pair of shoes. He frowned and said, why are you running around without shoes again? This path is full of aura refining stones. Without shoes, it's easy to absorb spiritual power. The weather is so cold. What does this little bit of spiritual power count for? Hurry up and put it on. Look at you, your toes are red from the cold. Husky, you are so long-winded and troublesome. Although he said that, Su Shuanglin still slowly put on the shoes. He didn't follow the rules and casually pulled on the shoes. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked Luo Fenghua, what's wrong? Are you free now? Do you want to go outside with me and stroll around the lantern market? Lu hasn't finished his homework yet. I have to finish smoking and then he can. Before he could finish speaking, Su Shuanglin interrupted him. He raised his chin and said with an arrogant look in his eyes, "My brother is an idiot. If you want to watch him do his homework, then you'll have to spend the entire Lantern Festival night. Don't waste it." Luo Fenghua smiled good-naturedly and said, "But it's fine. I don't really like crowds." Su Shuanglin glared at him for a while. Suddenly, he angrily kicked his shoes and sent them flying far away. Luo Fenghua was stunned. "What's wrong with you? I'm not wearing. Get lost. Wear shoes. It's cold. I'm not wearing. Get lost." "Are you angry?" Su Shuanglin had a disgusted look on his face. "I'm angry? What's there to be angry about? You and my brother are both idiots and paupers. There's nothing better than celebrating a festival together. Let's go. Don't pay attention to me." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and walked forward casually. At that time he actually hoped that Luo Fenghua would chase after him. Even if his feet were red from the cold, he didn't care. He was going to kick off both his shoes and wait for someone to call him from behind and tell him in a panic that he was going to catch a cold. Su Shuanglin walked forward expectantly. But after waiting for a while, Luo Fenghua didn't chase after him, nor did he call out to him. He paused and couldn't help but slow down his pace. He walked until he was about 100 meters away and was about to reach the city gate. Still no one called out to him. He cracked his knuckles and thought to himself, forget it. He didn't have any playmates since he was young anyway. For many years, he walked around alone during the Lantern Festival. What's the big deal? He walked down the steps. Level 1. Level 2. Finally he suddenly turned around. His nose wrinkled and his face changed. He couldn't help but shout, "Luo Fenghua." In fact, Luo Fenghua didn't leave. He stood there with his shoes back. He was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. When he heard Su Shuanglin's shout, he suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes widened and he said blankly, forget it." He really had to hand it to him. So that year during the Lantern Festival, he and Su Shuanglin stayed by Nangong Lu's side. Nangong Lu was extremely vexed as he tried to memorize the magic scroll. He rolled his eyes and recited, 1 Siu and 5 Fan below the precordium is the juk acupoint and the heart screen. When hit, one will lose consciousness. Below the right lung acupoint below, what was that again? He scratched his head and said, "I can't remember again." "Stupid. I'll let you die from your stupidity." Su Shuanglin knocked his brother's head with the bamboo scroll. His face was full of anger. "The next half of the point, hit with your arm and you'll wake up. If you don't recover after waking up, you'll die after 100 days. The Shuifan acupoint on the navel belongs to the small intestine and stomach meridian. You'll die after 28 days. This is the 9th time. Why didn't you die from your stupidity?" Nangong Lu looked very depressed. He leaned on the table and sighed. Then he looked up and blew a strand of soft hair on his forehead. "I also feel that I'm very stupid. If only I was as smart as you." "Impossible." Su Shuanglin said firmly, "Dream on." The warm curtain was lifted and closed. Luo Fenghua, who had just gone out to cook Lantern Festival, came back. He was wearing a thick cloak, and his pitch-black hair and curled eyelashes were dotted with tiny bits of snow. Under the illumination of the fire, his ordinary-looking face was somewhat pleasing to the eye. It was like the light of spring, but the falling snow was beautiful. "You've been memorizing for a long time. Eat some Lantern Festival and rest for a while." Luo Fenghua brought the wooden tray over. There were 3 bowls of Lantern Festival, 1 for each person. Nangong Lu cheered and immediately rushed to the table. He was about to reach out his hand when he was pulled back by the person behind him. Su Shuanglin's face was gloomy. "Why are you in such a hurry? You have no manners. Where's your thanks?" Nangong Lu was speechless. He seemed to be surprised that his most unruly younger brother would actually go against him at this point. "What are you doing?" Seeing her brother squinting his eyes dangerously, Nangong Lu quickly waved her hands. At the same time she also bought herself a good girl. Flicking her sleeve, she bowed deeply. She raised her head and jokingly said, "Xiaonu, thanks master for the gift, Luo Fenghua." When Su Shuanglin saw how mischievous this guy was, He felt both angry and amused at the same time. He thought about it and guessed that this guy had probably learned this from a novel, so he said, "All right, eat some snacks." Luo Fenghua rubbed his somewhat stiff and red hands and put them to his mouth. Su Shuanglin helped him remove his cloak. He was somewhat flattered. You don't have to trouble yourself." Su Shuanglin was too lazy to pay attention to him. He asked indifferently, "Is it snowing outside?" "Yes, it just snowed. I don't know if it will pile up tonight. We can have a snowball fight tomorrow." "Oh, master." This sudden address was definitely not respectful, but mocking. "How old are you?" Luo Fenghua smiled and his eyelashes were soft. Su Shuanglin looked at him and couldn't help but feel gentle in his heart. However, when he noticed this gentleness, he felt ashamed and angry for no reason. He hurriedly looked for any reason to vent. Luo Fenghua didn't let him down. He quickly found a reason. He pointed at a patch on the cloak and said disdainfully, "Are you very poor? You've been in the Confucian Wind sect for so long. Why don't you throw away this piece of junk? If you wear it outside, people will think that we're bullying you. Are you stupid?" Luo Fenghua immediately became nervous. Even if this is broken, it can still be worn after mending it. When I think about how many people in the lower cultivation world are suffering, I can't eat and drink well. The money to buy a cloak can buy more than 10 talismans and give them to people who need them. So good. Su Shuanglin's finger was still poking at the patch. He glared at him angrily. Luo Fenghua cautiously looked for his disciple's approval. "Don't you think so? I think you're sick. Poor." Although he said that, he still hung the cloak back on the shelf. The three of them sat around the stove and ate glutinous rice balls. They couldn't see the lanterns on the Lantern Festival, but these three young people who were about the same age got together and talked. They didn't feel bored. It was snowing outside the window. Frost covered the edge of the red window lattice, making it crystal clear. The firewood in the room crackled, making the room look like spring. After drinking some wine, the atmosphere became even better. Luo Fenghua couldn't persuade them, so he took the Kongho from Nangong Lu. His cheeks were red, and he was a little drunk. He fiddled with the Kongho a few times and sang a folk song from his hometown. 3 or 4 flowers fall in the pond, 1 or 2 strings ring on the shore. Young people are the best. Light hooves and fast horses, see all the flowers in the world. Shizun, Shizun, this is a good song. Can you teach me what it's called? Young people's song. Luo Fenghua gently said. It's a short song from Shu. I think it's very appropriate. Nangong Lu raised his head and laughed. His smile was always overly warm and had a hint of flattery, but after drinking so much wine, there was actually a bit of straightforwardness. Ha ha ha, youthful swimming sounds nice. Aren't we youthful Chioma, high-spirited and vigorous? Su Shuanglin crossed his arms and snorted. You can't memorize a book after memorizing it 9 times. Which young man is as stupid as you? Aya, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Nangong Lu smiled. He actually had the energy to refute his younger brother. Although you're a genius, maybe I also have my own talents. Oh, you drank too much. Luo Fenghua also laughed. He raised his wine cup and said, I hope you'll be young people in your youth. You'll each rely on your strengths and be gentlemen for life. Nangong Lu clapped his hands and put his arm around his younger brother's shoulder. Su Shuanglin felt uncomfortable and pushed him away. Nangong Lu didn't mind. He laughed and said, Shizun, I suddenly remembered that although we don't light the river lanterns, we still have to make wishes. Let's all make wishes. Su Shuanglin's mouth twitched. I think making wishes is disgusting. Luo Fenghua said, write it on paper. After you're done, throw it into the fire. It'll come true. In the end, they all wrote down their wishes. There was no need to say what Luo Fenghua's wish was. He had already talked about it when he was drinking. Nangong Lu had learning difficulties. He liked to write and read at the same time. I hope. To eat and drink well, to have great prospects, to be harmonious, to be reunited. Su Shuanglin was disgusted. But there was also a subtle emotion mixed in with his disgust. He was the son of a concubine. Not many people paid attention to him at home. It was only after Luo Fenghua came that he had company. He, Nangong Lu, and Shizun often played together and cultivated together. Rather than saying that Luo Fenghua was his master, it would be better to say that he was the first close friend in his life. Because of Luo Fenghua, he was no longer so jealous of his brother, who was useless but attracted attention because of his status as the son of the first wife. They spent time together day and night. He could see some of Nangong Lu's cuteness. What did Ah Su write? Su Shuanglin didn't answer. He casually threw the folded paper into the fire pit. His wish was quickly swallowed up by the light and heat. The splashing flames reflected in his eyes. I didn't write anything. It's just a blank piece of paper. Luo Fenghua and Nangong Lu were greatly disappointed. They showed a somewhat disappointed expression. Su Shuanglin grinned. There was a hint of sweetness in his evil smile, and there was a kind of self-satisfaction that came from teasing people. I lied to you. The handwriting in the ball of paper was neat and tidy, and every stroke was very serious. It said, I hope that the three of you, Luo Fenghua, Nangongxiu and Nangong Lu, can be family and friends for the rest of your life. Eat oranges together, share pastries together, and climb the roof together. From a young age to a head full of white hair. Chapter 228. On the soul-summoning platform of the Confucian Wind sect, Su Shuanglin looked at the specks of golden light drifting in the night sky. He suddenly felt that it was very similar to the paper he threw into the furnace on the snowy night of the Lantern Festival. It burned to ashes in an instant. Only a few sparks remained, burning him through the years. He looked at Luo Fenghua, Nangongxiu and Nangong Lu. They could be family and friends for life. But Nangongxiu was no longer in the human world. The one standing here now was Su Shuanglin. He was a madman, a demon, and a Su Shuanglin who crawled back from the depths of hell to claim the lives of all the upright gentlemen in the world. Nangongxiu was no longer in the world. He was just like his name, drifting and drifting in the boundless world. As time passed, even the bones and tendons of the cliffs were broken. Not to mention this tiny willow catkin. After so many years, the willow tree grew old. The maple tree withered, drifting and drifting. What he saw was not the tianyao flower, but the blood that covered the mountains and the plains, and the overwhelming hatred. But why did he still involuntarily teach the things that Luo Fenghua taught him in the past to Yuangxi without sparing any effort? Why did he feel compassion when he saw a true gentleman and kind person? Why did he stop being ruthless? Why did he cry? Su Shuanglin knelt on the soul-summoning platform. He finally lost his voice and wailed. Tears flowed down his ugly, twisted face. He rubbed the spiritual core that held Luo Fenghua. He finally cried until his voice was hoarse and his throat was torn apart. It was as if every inch of his voice was dug out from his throat and blood. Shizun, Luo Fenghua. He had calculated everything. He was full of madness and hatred, distortion and longing. He used his whole life to set up this trap. Was it ruined just like that? He thought of the Holy Mountain Sword Conference. He was full of resentment. Later on, his father passed on the position of Nangong Lu. He was unwilling to accept it and seized the position in anger. He still remembered his father's old and pale face, staring at him in disbelief. The position of sect leader is mine. He gripped his father's throat and slowly tightened his grip. His expression was cold and ruthless, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. If father doesn't want to destroy the 100 years of foundation of the Confucian Wind sect, then I will take it. You are already old, you can rest now. Sewer. He closed his eyes and didn't allow his father to continue speaking. The meridians in his hand suddenly bulged and he heard a heart-piercing crack. It was the strange sound of a throat breaking. He took off the Confucian Wind sect's ring and pressed it against his lips. The thumb ring was cold, but not as cold as his face. I just want justice. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Father, you don't have to hate me in the underworld. He turned around and left. The scene in his memories changed. It was the first night after he usurped the throne. The servants were cleaning up the bloodstains from the battle. His father was dead. Nangong Lu's family was locked up in the water dungeon. All those who tried to rebel against him were suppressed. Everything was settled. For a moment he did not know what to do. He lit a stove in the courtyard and made tea for himself. He was the only one in the courtyard. He rubbed the glittering sect leader's ring on his thumb. Henceforth, he was the lord of the Confucian Wind sect. Needless to say, those outsiders who schemed against him at the Soul Mountain Conference naturally had to be chopped up and killed. But he didn't know how to deal with his older brother, and he didn't know how to deal with Luo Fenghua either. Dusk gradually deepened. The golden crow set in the west. Seeing the sky gradually darkening, Su Shuanglin finally made up his mind to go to the water dungeon to see his elder brother and master who were being held captive. He took several attendants with him. Halfway there, the last ray of sunlight was swallowed up by the dark night. He shivered and suddenly felt his body was a little cold. His head was also a little dizzy. "Lord, what's wrong?" Su Shuanglin waved away the servant who wanted to help him. He said, "It's nothing. I suddenly remembered there's something I haven't dealt with properly. I'll go back to the main hall first. You don't have to follow me." He suppressed the pain that was becoming more and more obvious. He put on the hood of his cloak and strode toward the main hall of the Confucian Wind sect. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. Even if he could endure it, he couldn't take it anymore. After running for a while, he pushed open the door and went in. Then he closed the door heavily. "Lord, you guys stand guard at the door. Don't come in and don't act rashly. If there's anything strange, report to me immediately." After giving the orders to the guards, Su Shuanglin gasped for breath and staggered into the depths of the hall. He abruptly took off his hood, and when he lowered his head to look, he found that his skin and flesh were all chapped and cracked, and there were hideous scars everywhere he looked. His first reaction was that his father had cursed him, but then he felt that it was impossible. That old man was already beyond cure. He didn't even have the strength to use magic. How could he do such a thing without anyone noticing? Then what was going on? It was too painful. His muscles and bones were broken, and his flesh was hideous. He couldn't stop convulsing and trembling by the window. His knuckles were pale and twisted. He lay on the ground and scratched out red marks. It was really too painful. He didn't dare to shout, nor did he dare to call for a doctor. The situation was not stable yet. As the leader of the rebel army, how could he reveal even half an inch of weakness? He kept gasping and groaning in the main hall, rolling and twitching in pain. He kicked and kicked. Under the severe pain, he inadvertently pulled down a part of the curtain and fell on his body. The moonlight outside the window was blocked. He suddenly felt the pain abate. He was drenched in cold sweat. He shrank under the curtain and gasped for breath. After a while, thinking that the pain had passed, he pulled down the curtain again and sat up straight, wanting to stand up. Who would have thought that when the moonlight shone, his skin and flesh would split open again, and the pain would penetrate his muscles and bones. Su Shuanglin suddenly realized that he might not be able to shine the moonlight. So he staggered up and struggled to close the window tightly. He hid in the darkest place in the main hall, where he couldn't even see his own fingers. His breathing gradually calmed down. The pain disappeared. His bleeding skin and flesh also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Shuanglin felt something was amiss. Therefore, he wrapped himself in a cloak so that not even the slightest bit of skin was exposed. He hurried to the library and rummaged for half the night. Finally, he found a scroll of past records in his grandfather's bookcase. It turned out that the first-generation sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect, Nangong Zhongying, once had a great battle with Gun. Although in the end he defeated the evil beast and suppressed it under the Golden Drum Pagoda, he was cursed by Gun. That ancient evil beast belonged to the Yin attribute, which was closely related to the night and the moonlight. It cursed the successive generations of Confucian Wind sect leaders. As long as the moonlight shone on them, their skin and flesh would be torn apart, and the pain would penetrate their heart and bones. And every full moon night the Yin aura was the strongest. Even if they did not shine the moonlight and hid in the darkest place, they would still feel tormented. Therefore, for several hundred years, this had always been the Confucian Wind sect's biggest secret. Successive generations of sect leaders had always kept it a secret, for fear that someone would take advantage of this opportunity to break in. Even if it was their own son, they would not reveal the truth until the last moment. It was really ironic. He had gone through so much trouble, but what he obtained was actually a cursed position of power. The next day, Su Shuanglin came to the water prison. Nangong Lu and his wife Rongyan were locked inside, while Luo Fenghua was being held in another secret room. He did not go to see Luo Fenghua, but first went to his older brother's prison. Asu, what are you doing? What are you doing? As soon as he saw him, Nangong Lu was extremely excited, but his hands and feet were sealed by the curse, so he could not move at all. He could only kneel on the ground and cry to his younger brother, "Are you crazy? Is it necessary for you to go to this extent for the position of sect leader?" After a night of torture, Su Shuanglin's complexion was still weak. He sneered, "I'm just taking back what I deserve. You stole my swordsmanship and ruined my reputation. I'm only 20 years old, Nangong Lu." He paused, his eyes cold. "I'm only 20 years old, but you let me see a lifetime of mediocrity." He slowly walked over, his robe touching the ground, and then lowered his face, staring at his older brother's face. "Nangong Lu, trash like you have the ambition for power and want to stand out. Then what about me?" He said slowly, "I'm more hardworking than you, more talented than you. I'm better than you in everything, but I can't compare to your tongue." He pinched Nangong Lu's chin, and used 2 fingers to pry open his tightly shut mouth. He stared at the slippery, sticky, light red thing inside. "It's really a sharp weapon that kills without spilling blood. Cut it." Nangong Lu opened his eyes wide in horror, but because his mouth was blocked, he could not speak. He could only whimper, saliva continuously flowing down. "Don't cut it?" Su Shuanglin sneered, "It's fine if you don't cut your tongue. Seeing that you and I are brothers, I'll kill you quickly. It'll be my mercy." As soon as he let go, Nangong Lu wailed, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No, isn't it about the spiritual mountain conference? You take me out. I'll give you justice in front of the whole world." "It's too late." Su Shuanglin took out a snow-white handkerchief, wiped his hands and glanced at him indifferently. "No matter what you say now, the whole world will only think that you were forced to admit it because of my pressure. The dirty water you poured on me can never be washed clean." Before Nangong Lu could speak, he heard a woman's sharp voice next to him. "Nangongshu, I know you were wronged in the first place, but what do you think you are doing now? You killed your own father, deprived the sect leader's ring, and now you want to kill your brother. How can you be so cruel?" "Oh, senior sister Rong," Su Shuanglin smiled slightly, "if you didn't speak, I would have forgotten that you were here." Although Rong Yan was restrained by the curse and was also kneeling, her expression was fierce and stubborn. Although there were tears in her eyes, there was no weakness. I really misjudged you." "So what if you misjudged me?" Su Shuanglin smiled, "You were the one who gave me the sachet, and you were also the one who married Nangong Lu. You were the one who betrayed me first. Sister-in-law, how can you bring up the past with me now? You're not going to tell me that you were forced by him, right?" Rong Yan's face turned pale. She seemed to have something to say, but in the end, she bit her lower lip and slowly closed her eyes. Tears flowed down her cheeks. The knife was already in his hand, shining with a cold light. Asu, you can tell me anything, I can talk to you about anything. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Could it be that you're in the wrong place?" Su Shuanglin wiped the knife. The corner of his mouth still had that evil smile. "Nangong Lu, now I'm the sect leader and you're a prisoner. You have nothing in your hands and you still want to talk terms with me? What are you going to use as a bargaining chip, your dog life? I can work like a horse for you. I can be your slave. I'm willing to do anything. As long as you're willing, I can return senior sister Rong to you." Rong Yan suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head, extremely angry. Nangong Lu. Nangong Lu was scared to death. He ignored his wife and just sobbed to his brother, "As long as you let me go. Please let me go. That's enough." Su Shuanglin lazily patted his face with the hilt of his knife. "Do you think I'd touch an orange that you've already licked? Then I can still. Nangong Lu racked his brains, but couldn't think of anything, only tears and snot running down his face. In the end he burst into tears. "Asu, we once said that we'd eat pastries together, and climb rooftops together. We cultivated together, celebrated the Lantern Festival with Master, and learned to play the zither. Have you forgotten all those days?" Su Shuanglin's expression darkened. but in the end, he just sneered and didn't answer. He raised his knife and after a while he swung it down. Ah! Wait a minute. The cold blade stopped just inches away from Nangong Lu's neck. In fact, Su Shuanglin wasn't sure if his knife would have been able to move a few inches forward even without these two shouts. But his expression didn't change, and he still said indifferently, "What now? The two of you sure have a lot of last words." Chapter 229. Rongyan did not look at her husband. Instead, she opened her moist almond eyes and straightened her back. Choking with sobs, she said, "For the sake of our former friendship, can you allow me to give birth to this child?" Su Shuanglin's gaze slowly moved down to Rongyan's lower abdomen. At first glance there was nothing unusual, but upon closer inspection, there was a slight bulge. Rongyan kowtowed but her face was cold. "I beg you. Father is guilty, it's irrefutable. But Nangongshu, I want to beg you, please spare my nephew's life." Su Shuanglin stared at this woman for a while. He thought she was ridiculous. Spare the vile spawn in her belly? That was just a pile of rotten meat that had not yet taken shape. Whether it was his nephew or his niece, what did it have to do with him? But in that moment, he suddenly remembered the bone-piercing pain from last night. Su Shuanglin stared blankly for a moment. He suddenly realized that this was a very good thing. The position of sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect could only be inherited by the young master after the old sect leader had passed away, or by seizing the position by force. As for the rest, whether he abdicated the position to a worthy person or retired to listen to the sect, it was all useless. Therefore, abdicating the position to Nangong Lu was already impossible. But 100 years later, he could pass the position to Nangong Lu's child, and let that child have a taste of the pain of sitting in this position. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? The son would repay the father's debt. Nothing could be better than that. For a moment he was in a good mood. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. And then, without waiting for the two people to react, he threw the saber away, turned around, and walked out of the prison door with a loud laugh. Later on, he did not kill Nangong Lu. Nor did he kill Rongyan. Instead, he put them under house arrest in a small courtyard. He planned to wait until the child was born, and then immediately confer the title of the next sect leader, and establish a blood contract with him. Perhaps when the time came, the whole world would praise him for being magnanimous and forgiving, wouldn't it? But he didn't live to see that day. Not long after he succeeded the throne, he committed numerous atrocities. For a period of time he accumulated deep resentment inside and outside the school. Later on, there was a city master who harbored resentment toward him. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he secretly released Nangong Lu and Luo Fenghua, two people. Luo Fenghua did not know the secret behind his back. He only thought that Zhang Wuji was doing all kinds of crazy things for the sake of the sect leader position. Plus, Nangong Lu had a glib tongue, so he became more and more disheartened. Thereupon he joined hands with Nangong Lu to seize the position, with the intention of driving Su Shuanglin off the sect leader's throne, which had not yet been warmed up. That night the Confucian Wind School had a civil war, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Amidst the flames of war, Luo Fenghua was the first to find Su Shuanglin, who had taken refuge in the Howling Moon drill ground. It was a full moon night. Su Shuanglin was in severe pain. His whole body was covered in blood. He was lying in the forest like a snake that had been skinned alive. All that was exposed was bright red flesh. When Luo Fenghua saw him, he thought that he had been injured by a spell in the chaos of the war. Although he felt resentment in his heart, he couldn't help but feel compassion for his former beloved disciple. Su Shuanglin raised his head, trembling in the forest, and showed a trace of a bitter smile. "You're here. I fought with him, but in the end you always helped him," Luo Fenghua said. "This time you went too far. Did you kill Master Tian Chan?" "That's right. What about Taoist Lin? He deserved to die." "What about your father?" After a moment of silence, Su Shuanglin said. "He was unfair. He believed that I was a thief. He asked for it." Luo Fenghua closed his eyes. His eyelashes were somewhat wet. "How did you end up like this? Ha!" Su Shuanglin laughed sinisterly. "Only others are allowed to betray me. But I'm not allowed to betray others? Only others are allowed to stab me, but I'm not allowed to draw my sword. Is this what you call the way of a gentleman? Luo Fenghua's expression was extremely broken. He swayed in place for a while, then walked in front of Su Shuanglin. Before he spoke, tears flowed down first. Why are you crying? What's there to cry about? Su Shuanglin was angry for no reason. If you want to kill me, do as you please. Why do you have to shed a few drops of fake tears in front of me? Anyway, in your eyes, in the eyes of the old man, in everyone's eyes, that good-for-nothing will always be more important than me. Luo Fenghua shook his head. He didn't say anything. He raised his hand and chanted a forbidden spell. I've forbidden the spell that you learned with me when we were young. Luo Fenghua said, from now on, Nan Gongshu, you and I are no longer master and disciple. Su Shuanglin felt a heart-wrenching pain. Gun's curse was truly heart-wrenching. He rested in place for a while, then said stubbornly, don't think too highly of yourself. I've never thought of you as my master. Luo Fenghua stared blankly at him. After a long time he seemed to want to say something, but there was a clamor behind him. The soldiers were approaching, and the shadows of swords and knives were flashing. Nangong Lu rushed over. Shizun. When he saw Su Shuanglin and Luo Fenghua talking, his heart suddenly felt weak. He immediately said anxiously, Shizun, don't listen to him no matter what he says. He's lying to you. Su Shuanglin laughed mischievously. This elder brother of his was always so naive and cute. Did he think that he would still bitterly pull on Luo Fenghua's clothes and explain the whole story, the cause and effect of the cause and effect? Not anymore. For him, life was like a game of chess. Once a move was made, the previous hundreds of twists and turns in his heart were no longer important. The only thing that mattered was the result. A person who had been killed was killed, and the blood that had been dyed was dyed. He couldn't clear his name and he didn't want to clear it for himself. Luo Fenghua would never forgive him. There was no need to say anything else. He supported himself on a nearby tree and staggered to his feet. The moonlight shone on his face. His skin and flesh split open inch by inch. It was bloody and hideous. When Nangong Lu and the surrounding cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but take a step back. Someone misunderstood and said in astonishment, This is Luo Daozhang's doing? Death by 1,000 cuts. This is too cruel. Su Shuanglin grinned, revealing a mouthful of ghastly white teeth. He stared at his younger brother outside the forest. He suddenly felt that he didn't want to let this pair of master and disciple go so easily. Thereupon, he turned his head and said to Luo Fenghua, Tell them to get lost. I have something that I want to tell you personally before I die. I only want to tell you this. He supported himself on the pine tree and slowly moved with Luo Fenghua to a dark place. The moonlight was covered by the dense shadows. Su Shuanglin's complexion gradually relaxed. His chapped skin also began to heal little by little. Although there were still many small scars, they weren't as scary as before. Su Shuanglin didn't turn his head. With his back facing Luo Fenghua, he first asked, You came here alone with me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? You won't. If you wanted to kill me or Alu, you could have done it a year ago. Su Shuanglin suddenly turned his head. His eyes flashed with an intense and twisted light. Ridiculous. Do you think you understand me very well? Luo Fenghua suddenly looked at his face and opened his eyes wide. Your scars, they're not as scary as before, right? Su Shuanglin sneered. What do you think this is? A spell? A fruit of dismemberment? He slowly raised his hand. In the palm of his hand, he pinched a ring that was flashing with a faint light. He put his lips together and said with ridicule and malice, This ring has a spirit attached to it. When you and Nangong Lu drove me down from the position of sect leader, it fell from my thumb by itself. It knows that I'm no longer the rightful master of the Confucian Wind sect. However, there are two leaders who are scheming against each other, so it doesn't know who it should recognize. You took Alu's position, so naturally it should be returned to him. Su Shuanglin grinned. That's exactly what I think. He stuffed the ring into Luo Fenghua's hand. In the end, he even solemnly patted it twice and said, Hold it well, hold it tight. In a moment when you go out, give this good thing to him. Remember, you must personally put it on for him. He's the real sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. He paused for a moment and stared at Luo Fenghua's face, which was filled with pain. Then he leaned over, lowered his voice, and said in his ear, "Next, I'm going to tell you a secret. Don't be afraid. This secret isn't dark at all. It's just a heroic past, that's all." Slowly, in a low voice, he subdued Nangong Zhongying. Then he told Luo Fenghua about how Luo Fenghua had cursed generations of Confucian Wind sect leaders in full detail. Full of malice, he dipped his teeth into poisonous fangs and pierced them into Luo Fenghua's flesh. He saw Luo Fenghua's expression become more and more unsightly, his round eyes becoming wider and wider. He saw Luo Fenghua being pushed against a tree, trembling slightly. He felt extremely happy. "Ha! Didn't you spoil him? Both of you, don't you all treat Nangong Lu as a treasure? I want you to personally deliver the poison to him." The corners of Su Shuanglin's mouth slowly widened, and then he revealed a sinister and treacherous smile like a lynx. He raised his hand and stroked Luo Fenghua's cheek. "Shizun, the story is over. You can go out now." He paused, and his expression became even brighter. "Go pay a visit to the Confucian Wind sect's 6th-generation sect leader, Nangong Lu. Go." That day he was covered in blood. He flew away from the Confucian Wind sect on his sword and wandered for half a night. Exhausted, he landed in Sichuan's colorful butterfly town. He came across a little girl sitting in the courtyard. When the little girl saw he was injured and bleeding all over, she was so scared that her face turned pale and she trembled, but she still poured a bowl full of water from the house and gave it to him to drink. He drank the water and stared at her. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that the little girl looked very similar to his close friend, his benevolent master and his mortal enemy. Her eyes were very similar to Luo Fenghua's. He saw the orange tree in the courtyard was full of fruit. Suddenly he had an idea and wanted to eat it very much. But the little girl's words were full of pedantic and sour stench. She opened her mouth and closed her mouth about a gentleman, which made him very tired. It was as if he could see that ridiculous thing Luo Fenghua really saying, "I hope all of you will be young and weak for the rest of your life. Each of you will rely on your own merits to be a gentleman for the rest of your life. A gentleman for the rest of his life." Oh, it was really ridiculous. He shook off the tangerines, cut down the orange tree, and then swaggered away, leaving the little girl crying in the courtyard. But he was still angry. That night he indiscriminately killed several more villagers. He raised his sword and cut them down. The more he moved away from the word gentleman, the happier he felt. And then he left, intending to conceal his identity and end the rest of his life. But it was at that time that he heard in the tea house that Luo Fenghua had usurped the throne and become the 1st-generation sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. The customers in the tea house were all saying, Who would have thought? It's really true that you can't judge a book by its cover." Poor Nangong Lu raised his army to plot a rebellion. Who would have thought it would be a wedding dress for someone else? He must hate his Shifu to death, right? This Luo Fenghua is really blinded by greed. His heart is gradually turning black. He is not a good person. Su Shuanglin was sitting in front of a small greasy table. He was holding a cup of tea that was about to reach his mouth, but he did not drink it. He just sat there listening to the conversation in a daze. His vision was turning black. The earth was spinning and the sky was spinning. But he had never thought that in the end Luo Fenghua would make such a choice. He would rather bear misunderstandings and hatred. He would rather be condemned by thousands and spurned by tens of thousands. He would rather be cursed and live a life worse than death every full moon night until the end of his life. Luo Fenghua could not personally stab this sharp sword into his disciple's heart. In the end he was one step behind. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps slowly sounded. Su Shuanglin broke away from his memories. He opened his eyes. In his blurred vision, the face of a young man appeared. On the empty soul-summoning platform, Mo Ran walked in front of him and half knelt down, looking at him. In that instant, Su Shuanglin felt that this young man's eyes were very strange. There were too many things hidden in them. He did not seem like a young man in his early 20s. Mo Ran said, "Nangong Lu, you planned all of this to bring him back to life? It's none of your business. You left Nangong Lu behind and resurrected Luo Fenghua. From now on no one can enter this Jiao mountain. You want to spend the rest of your life here in peace. Am I right? Su Shuanglin shouted harshly. It's none of your business. Mo Ran picked up the broken spirit core on the ground. There was still light flowing in the core. He said, you disguised yourself and returned to Nangong Lu's side as Su Shuanglin. You instigated him to send troops to seize the throne again because you could not bear to see Luo Fenghua suffer the pain of the curse every night, living a life worse than death. What makes you think you can guess my heart? Su Shuanglin's eyes were red. There was a moist and ruthless light in them. You think you know everything. I don't. I can only guess, Mo Ran said. But looking at your expression, I also feel that my guess is not wrong. Su Shuanglin gritted his teeth and spat out. The younger generation is arrogant. It's all the same. When you were 20 years old, didn't you also become arrogant? Mo Ran looked at him calmly. Nan Gongshu, that year you helped your elder brother regain the position of supremacy, but you did not expect that he would be plotted against twice. In order to obtain the position of supremacy, he was already ruthless. You did not expect that after he seized Luo Fenghua's position, he would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots and kill him. You did not expect his death at all. Your mind was in chaos. You did not know what to do. He stared at Su Shuanglin's face. He understood that kind of state of despair better than anyone else. He was reading Su Shuanglin's heart. He was reading his own heart. What should you do in despair? Chapter 230. If it was him, what would he do? Rebirth. He would want that person to be reborn. Mo Ran looked at Su Shuanglin, who was curled up in a ball on the ground, and said in a low voice, you didn't expect Nangong Lu to be so vicious as to directly kill Luo Fenghua. In desperation, you simply beat him at his own game. You said that the curse on the ring was left by Luo Fenghua, and instigated Nangong Lu to throw Luo Fenghua's corpse into the blood pool according to Confucian Wind Sect's rules, and detain him to the 18th level of hell. Is he crazy? Xue Ming was stunned. Since he wants Luo Fenghua to be reborn, he must treasure this person. Then why does he want to push him to the 18th level of hell? Because once a soul enters hell, it can't be reincarnated. Mo Ran looked at him with pity in his eyes. This way Luo Fenghua won't be reincarnated immediately. You can study the method of rebirth and let Luo Fenghua come back. Then you can build a utopia, a place where you are a god, a place that is fair and just. Su Shuanglin. After a few moments of silence, this person whose face was mostly festering suddenly laughed. He stared at Mo Ran's face. Grandmaster Mo, I only found out today that you are actually a madman. He paused, and then said in an extremely soft voice, because only a madman can understand me. When he finished speaking, he laughed heartily. His laughter was like a bald vulture with wings. Although he was old, he still fiercely and stubbornly occupied the precipice, and would not show the slightest bit of weakness until he died. Mo Ran closed his eyes and said softly to him, Nan Gongshu, listen, there are still people in this world who know the method of rebirth. If you are willing, I will do my best to plead with Master Huizue of Wubei Temple to return your master's life. He opened his palm and handed the broken spirit core back to Su Shuanglin. But please tell me. It was as if he was trying to grasp the last strand of floating grass to save his life. He frowned, and in a place where no one could see, there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Please tell me, who is the person who has been helping you from behind the scenes? Mo Ran said. Who taught you this strange method of rebirth? Who taught you the exquisite chess game? His memories and his previous life was a Confucian Wind sect, in front of Yi Wangxi, and died under a flurry of swords. Since that was the case Su in his previous life. But now. But in this life everything was different. Su Shuanglin had set up a trap in Jin Chengqi early on. He designed the peach blossom spring, the colorful butterfly suppressing the heavens, and when the method of sacrificing people didn't work, he quickly changed his method. He searched everywhere for divine martial arts, and finally pulled Luo Fenghua out of purgatory. Such a method of rebirth was definitely not something that he came up with himself. You want to know? Su Shuanglin's eyes flashed with malice. My skills were indeed taught by someone, but I am not willing to tell you. Would you rather be his chess piece until you die? Chess piece? Su Shuanglin smiled. You are thinking too much. He understands me and can understand my intentions. He is the same as me. Grandmaster Emo, you should give up. I will never tell you who he is. You went through so much trouble to come to Jiao Mountain, and you were so content to force me into a dead end, but so what? In the end, the world will still be in chaos. Smoke will rise everywhere, and the flames of war will be everywhere. He will still raise the upper and lower cultivation worlds to the ground, and turn them into scorched earth. After that, the good will be rewarded, and the evil will be repaid. The capable will live high, and the mediocre will be slaves. The smile in Su Shuanglin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It's really the best scenario. Xue Meng was furious. What do you mean by the good will be rewarded, and the evil will be repaid? What do you mean by the capable will be repaid? Whether others are good or evil, capable or mediocre, is it up to you to decide? Those people you made into chess pieces outside and the Nangong Zhongying and… He stole a glance at Chu Wanning's expression and couldn't help but lower his voice. And the Nangong see. Xue Meng looked very indignant and wronged. Are they willing to be controlled by you? Do they deserve to die? Sacrifices are always necessary. Su Shuanglin glanced at him indifferently. Young Master Xue, in the end you're still too young. There was a kind of hesitation in his expression, as if he wasn't very willing to talk to Xue Meng, who had such an intense temperament. He turned his head back to Emo Ran. Since I've fallen into your hands, you can kill me or cut me up as you please. He even used a kind of understatement to say, I still have a death by 1,000 cuts fruit in my Qiankuan bag. If you still don't feel satisfied, you can feed it to me. As he said this, he coldly sneered. In any case, when I was 20 years old, I was already put to death by 1,000 cuts by you righteous people from famous clans. It won't hurt to do it again. Huang Xiaoye said, Who put you to death by 1,000 cuts? You're simply shameless to talk nonsense with your mouth open. However, Emo Ran understood what Su Shuanglin meant. When he was 20 years old, the death by 1,000 cuts wasn't in his body, but in his soul. Nan Gongshu had also once devoted himself to learning martial arts. He had also once had a kind heart. He had also once listened to his master's advice that he should be a gentleman for life, and use his sword to kill evil. However, that spiritual mountain conference had cut him into 1,000 pieces. Emo Ran closed his eyes. Seeing Su Shuanglin's miserable state, he didn't have much longer to live. Perhaps it was because he was too similar to his previous life. Even if there was hatred and resentment between them at this moment, he actually couldn't bear it. He said, Luofeng soul core is still here. Why don't you use that rebirth curse again? Maybe you can see him again. Use it again? Su Shuanglin laughed. He looked at the soul core in his hand with interest, then looked at his flesh that was rapidly festering due to the lack of spiritual power. He said lazily, I'm going to die. If I die, there will be no fairness in this world. What's the use of him coming back? Isn't he still going to suffer and be bullied by you great sex? As he spoke, his eyes suddenly darkened. He actually crushed that soul core with his own hands. The fragments pierced into his palm, and his hand was covered in blood. Emo ran. Exclamation point. Xue Meng, are you crazy? Everyone was also at a loss. Some were dumbstruck, some had ashen expressions, and some had vigilant eyes. They all stared at that man on the ground who was neither human nor ghost. Su Shuanglin didn't pay attention to anyone. He looked at the last trace of Luo Fenghua in this world. He watched as it completely turned into ashes. Finally, he laughed loudly and cried. His face was covered in blood and tears, and he laughed crazily. From now on, no one could see each other and no one could hate each other. They were all turned into dust, turned into ashes. Excellent, excellent. He slowly got up and walked forward while swaying under everyone's gaze. He walked to the front of the divine martial formation. There was a weapon inside and it was the Kongho. He sat down and used his charred and rotting fingers to pluck the strings a few times. The backlash of the exquisite chess game became more and more serious. His 7 orifices began to bleed, and his fingers began to burn. In the end, his entire body was engulfed by the flames, but he still played in the flames. His expression seemed to be somewhat happy and relaxed, but that happiness and relaxation could no longer be seen. His skin and flesh were rapidly shrinking, curling and shriveling. Raging flames deceived the heavens. Su Shuanglin's lazy voice came from the flames. That voice was calm and unruly, as if no amount of pain could affect him. No matter how close the death was, it couldn't threaten him. It's best to be young and weak. Light hooves and fast horses, looking at all the flowers in the world. There were many older people in the crowd. Unexpectedly, in this lazy and carefree tune, they suddenly thought of the young man at the Spiritual Mountain Conference. He was dressed in green and had an upright appearance. That young man walked out of the dark tunnel, walked out of the wasteland of memories. He confidently stepped into the arena, carrying his sword that had been through hundreds of battles. His hands were full of calluses from practicing swordsmanship. He was so young, so handsome, so magnificent, and even a little arrogant. He glanced at the 10 great sect masters and the spectators who were shouting and shouting. Suddenly he grinned. His smile was extremely clean. The young man in his early 20s stopped. His back was straight as he faced the arena that was filled with sunlight. Facing the bright future in his eyes, he cupped his fists and said, "Confucian Wind Sect, Nan Gongshu. Today is the first battle. I hope that seniors will not be stingy with their guidance." In the end, he failed to live up to his expectations. After a long time, the flames extinguished. Only 5 ownerless divine martial weapons were left on the soul summoning platform. There was also a rebirth array that had not completely disappeared yet. Whether it was Luo Fenghua or Su Shuanglin, they were all gone. Xue Zhengyong was somewhat in disbelief. He blankly opened his eyes and muttered, Is it all over? Ba. Karma and reincarnation are all retribution. Master Xianjing of Wubei Temple closed his eyes and put his palms together. He sighed deeply and said, "I hope that all the hatred in the world will return to dust." Xue Meng rolled his eyes at him. This old bald donkey didn't do much along the way, but he was quite good at speaking after the horse's back. What should we do next? He turned his head and asked his father, "Should we just go down the mountain like this? But he still has a colleague. We don't know who that person is." While they were talking, Jiangxi suddenly shouted, "Be careful! Back off!" Everyone abruptly followed his gaze, only to see that the rebirth array had shrunk to the size of half a palm. It paused for a moment before expanding again at an astonishing speed. It was as though a wound had split open in the sky, and strands of distorted black gas were gushing out from within. Xue Meng said in surprise, "What's going on? Su Shuanglin is dead. Shouldn't this rebirth array disappear with him?" Jiangxi pinched his fingers and stared at the array for a moment. He cursed in a low voice, No, this isn't a corpse demon. It's not a rebirth either. I'm afraid that we and Su Shuanglin have all been deceived." "What?" Xue Meng was shocked. "It's not a corpse demon and it's not a rebirth array? Then what could it be?" Jiangxi said angrily, "It doesn't matter what it is. The most important thing is to prevent this array from fully forming." In addition to him, the other masters also reacted quickly. In a flash, Chu Wanning, who didn't like to talk nonsense the most, took out Heaven's Inquisition and attacked the center of the array. Unexpectedly, although he took the lead, someone else followed closely behind him. A dark green shadow suddenly swept out from the crowd like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. A cold dagger flashed in its sleeve and fiercely stabbed toward Chu Wanning's back, as if it wanted to stop him from moving. "Master! Master!" 2 cries of alarm came from Xue Meng and Shi Mei. However, they were too far away to help. There was a piercing sound. It was the sound of a blade entering flesh. Xue Meng closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his face was pale. He looked in that direction with a pale face. He was stunned. Chapter 231. Surprisingly, Chu Wanning wasn't injured. In the nick of time, it was Mo Ran who reacted quickly and stood in front of the figure with the dark green cloak fluttering in the wind. That person's dagger had already sunk into his shoulder, leaving only the hilt with a silver snake pattern on it. Mo Ran's shoulder clothes were instantly dyed red with blood. He lowered his eyebrows and clenched his teeth. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Those were the fierce eyes of a falcon when it finally killed a cunning rabbit. Grandmaster Hua. He suddenly tightened his grip on Hua Bainan's hand that was still holding the dagger. Enduring the pain, he pulled the dagger out of his own flesh. His forehead was covered in fine beads of cold sweat, but he still clenched his teeth and mocked, "You sneak attacked my Shizun from behind. Do you think I'm dead?" The night wind blew, ruffling the green gauze that Hua Bainan had put on again to cover his ugly face. Hua Bainan was silent for a moment, then said, "How long has Grandmaster Mo been suspecting me?" "Ever since you were poisoned and stayed on the mountainside." Hua Bainan chuckled. "Oh, that was something I couldn't do anything about. After all, I was hoping to kill a group of people in the main hall." Mo Ran gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you stop Su Shuanglin earlier? What else could I do? Let the formation change and let him realize that the rebirth formation that he worked so hard to set up was fake? Wouldn't that be big trouble?" At this time, Chu Wanning had already struck down Heaven's Inquisition, directly at the center of this mysterious formation. However, as soon as it landed, he was shocked to find that the spiritual aura of this formation was so strong that it couldn't be easily suppressed. When he turned around, he saw Mo Ran standing behind him, his shoulder injured by Hua Bainan's dagger. He couldn't help but feel anxious. "Mo Ran, don't worry about me," Mo Ran said. "Destroying the formation is more important. I'll guard this place." Chu Wanning couldn't do anything about it. Inside the secret array, there was a vicious flow of spirit chi that he had never come into contact with before. Even the rainbow butterfly suppressing the heavens and splitting the heavens couldn't compare to it. He continued to pour his spirit chi into Heaven's Inquisition, but he could only prevent the array from continuing to evolve, but he had no way to make it disappear. On the other side, Jiangxi suddenly understood, but he couldn't believe that the first divine hand of his sect had an ulterior motive behind his back. He couldn't help but feel defeated. After a while he said, "Hua Bainan." At this moment, Hua Bainan's hand was being held tightly by Mo Ran. He didn't turn around, but when he heard Jiangxi's voice, he smiled faintly and said, "Sect leader, don't act rashly. Loman's Knight had a rule. Always be mindful of everything. Naturally, I've kept that in mind. So along the way, I've looked for opportunities to plant a heart drill worm on many people that I've carefully raised for many years." Everyone's expression changed in horror. After a moment of silence, it was like a pot of boiling porridge. Did the divine hand plant a worm on their bodies? It didn't hurt or itch, and they didn't even feel anything. But suddenly, they felt like their entire bodies were itching, as if there was a heart drill worm hiding in every corner of their bodies that could take their lives. "Hua Bainan, you're crazy. You're so vicious." Some people cried out anxiously, rubbing their bodies. "Where is it? Where is it? Did I get hit? I didn't have any contact with him at all. I don't think I have it on me." There was also someone with a straightforward temperament who couldn't stand Hua Bainan's despicable methods. He shouted angrily, "You with the surname Hua, don't try to confuse the crowd with your lies. There are so many cultivators here, and they're all the best in their respective sections. Do you think they'll be afraid of a threat like you?" Before he finished speaking, Hua Bainan lightly waved his hand. The man who provoked him suddenly swayed, and then his eyes bulged. He grabbed his own throat and fell to the ground. He kept rolling around, shouting, "Ah! Ah!" Pus and blood quickly gushed out from his nose and eyes. His eyes rolled back and he spasmed violently. Feces and urine flowed all over his crotch, emitting a foul stench. He soon stopped moving and fell limp to the ground. His skin quickly shriveled, and his mouth was still open. A red worm that had been full of human blood crawled out. It looked like a spider, but it had 10 thin legs on each side. This shocking change made many people who were originally filled with righteous indignation and wanted to denounce Hua Bainan change their expressions. Their faces turned ashen, and they silently stared at the scene before them. Although the worm is small, it can take a person's life in an instant. Hua Bainan said gently, "If you don't want to repeat the tragedy of the Confucian Wen sect being destroyed overnight, it's best for you to stay where you are. Don't be anxious and don't make a fuss. Just listen to my instructions obediently. Especially Lone Moon Yes people. His gaze fell on Jiangxi, and then he looked at the group of medicine sect cultivators behind Jiangxi, who were dressed in light green robes. He smiled and said, "Seeing that we're from the same sect, I won't hurt you when I do something." Jiangxi's face turned ashen. "Hua Bainan, how can you have such wild ambitions?" "I don't deserve to be called wild ambitions." Hua Bainan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He said to Jiangxi, "Oh right, sect master, you also have a heart-drilling worm on you. The others' cultivation levels are low, and the worm can take their lives in the blink of an eye. But sect master's cultivation level is high, so I think you'll be able to hold on for at least 10 days to half a month." Jiangxi said coldly, "Lone Moonyi hasn't mistreated you in the past 10 years. What exactly are you planning?" "Of course I have my reasons, but I don't necessarily have to tell you all." He turned to look at Chu Wanning, and then at Mo Ran, who was facing him. Then he turned his face back. "All right, you all can't tell who has the worm and who doesn't, but there's a 50-50 possibility. It's a matter of life and death. I think that if you're smart enough, you'll know who to side with." Dead silence. Then a gentle and clear voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Shimei stood beside Xueming and said, "The heart-drilling worm follows the fire. As long as you ignite a fire curse or a fire talisman in your hand, you'll see a protrusion under your skin. Then you'll be under the worm curse. Everyone else will be safe." Han Lin Divine Hands narrowed his eyes. "Shi Mingjing, you secretly read my scriptures." Shi Mei's face seemed to redden, but it wasn't obvious. He wasn't used to being the center of attention. Now that so many people were looking at him, his expression was a bit stiff. "I once asked Master to stay in seclusion for 5 years. Lone Moonyi didn't read senior scriptures. Instead, I accidentally found this worm, so I did some research." Hua Bainan said angrily, "You're so shameless to steal someone else's work." Xueming frowned and immediately supported Shimei. "What's there to talk about with a two-faced person like you?" As he said this, he immediately copied Shimei's actions. Seeing that there was no abnormality under his skin, he was overjoyed. He pulled Shimei and said, "That's great, thanks to you. Look, I don't have any worms on me." Seeing this, the others all followed suit. For a moment, the soul-summoning platform was filled with, "I don't have any. Or what should I do? I have heart-drilling worms." Hua Bainan closed his eyes and then laughed coldly. "Even if I can tell who has them and who doesn't, so what? Those who have been infected by the goo bug, listen up. Come to my side and help me take down Chu Wanning and defeat Mo Weiyu. Of course I won't mistreat you. Otherwise," he pointed at the sorcerer on the ground who had been bitten to death by the heart-drilling worms, "like this person." Under the threat, the first to defect was a female cultivator from Lone Moonyi. She rushed to Hua Bainan's side in front of everyone's eyes. She raised her head slightly, her expression somewhat arrogant. Mo Ran was also surprised. A traitor actually had the cheek to be arrogant. "I'm sorry, Sect Master Jiang," she said. "I'm not siding with the Holy Hand just to protect myself. It's because I've always admired the Holy Hand's talents. The reason why I'm studying at Lone Moonyi is also because I admire his reputation. Today let's not talk about whether or not I was poisoned. Even if I wasn't, I'm willing to be the Holy Hand's lackey." As she spoke, she glanced at Hua Bainan's expression. Although Hua Bainan was fighting with Mo Ran, he was still smiling. It was obvious that he was satisfied with her words. She couldn't help but feel relieved. She tried even harder to persuade them. "Senior Holy Hand has already said that he won't make things difficult for us on account that we're from the same sect. Everyone should know what to do." She waited for a while, but only 3 cultivators from Lone Moonyi came to stand beside her. The others glared at them angrily, scowling coldly. The 3 cultivators each had their own words. "Sect Master Jiang, Lone Moonyi is getting worse and worse these years. If it weren't for the Holy Hand, I would have left long ago. If the Holy Hand is capable, we'll only follow those who are." Some people from Lone Moonyi couldn't stand it anymore. They said angrily, "Traitor! How dare you say that?" "That's right. Traitor. You have no integrity. Get out of Lone Moonyi." The woman didn't expect that so many people would refuse to submit, even after being poisoned by the heart-drilling worm. She looked very embarrassed, but her face was still red. She forced herself to calm down and said, I don't need you to say that. We've long decided not to stay in this lousy sect. If you follow Jiangxi, you'll be a lonely soul following a ghost. She turned her head and glared at her former sect master. I Lingbai ran from now on Lone Moon Yi and Jiangxi I'll cut. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Jiangxi. Jiangxi was expressionless. His eyes were cold. He looked at her disdainfully. Don't cut. Who are you? I'm Lingbai Ran. I won't remember your name even if you say it hundreds of times in front of me every day. Jiangxi said, get lost. The female medicine sect master was very angry. She bit her lower lip for a while and said indignantly, Ha, I didn't expect a sect master to be like this. You're only seeing me today? Jiangxi sneered. But speaking of which, Lone Moon Yi has thousands of disciples. This is the first time I'm seeing you. To be honest, if it weren't for this situation today, you might not even have the chance to speak to me in this lifetime. With that he flicked his sleeve. A fragrant wind blew. Jiangxi had already started fighting with Hua Bai Nan. Hua Bai Nan already had the extremely difficult Mo Ran in front of him. Now that Jiangxi was here, it was obvious that he couldn't bear the consequences. In a moment of desperation he activated a wave of heart-drilling worms. Everyone present who had goo worms in their bodies was immediately bitten by thousands of ants. They were in unbearable pain. Ah! Save me! Jiangxi's figure also paused. However, he was indeed the sect master of Lone Moon Yi. He immediately tapped several of his vital acupoints and temporarily alleviated the pain. His face was still pale as he continued to fight with Mo Ran against Hua Bai Nan. Hua Bai Nan was not stupid. He crooked his finger and released the heart-drilling worms from the 3 people who had defected to him. He said sternly, accept the challenge. In the midst of the pain, some of the people with weak minds saw that surrendering to Hua Bainan would save them from this crime, so they all rushed over. In a split second, a small half of the people in the crowd actually knelt down and shouted to Hua Bainan, I beg the holy hand. Release the curse. We are willing to serve you. I can't take it anymore. It's too painful, please, Senior Hua. Hua Bainan smiled slightly in the midst of the fierce battle. He looked at Mo Ran, who was fighting fiercely with him, and said, so Grandmaster Mo, look. In the end, the most powerful sect in the world is still the medicine sect. Before he finished speaking, Jiangxi had already pulled out the snow phoenix. He said sternly, how can a person like you, who is used to using underhanded methods, say the words medicine sect? After he finished speaking, he said to Mo Ran, go to the array and help your master. I'll hold him off here. Hua Bainan sneered, Sect Master, are you determined to be my enemy today? Cut the crap. You still want to fight with me even though you've been poisoned by the goo. Sect Master Jiang Yi-chan, you're really tired of living. Jiangxi's face darkened. Is it up to you to decide whether my life is long or short? If I don't stop you today, I'm afraid the reputation of the medicine sect will be ruined. After he finished speaking, the 2 people who were proficient in using poison had already countered each other's moves. Between the sword and the blade, there were even poisonous powders and sedatives that countered each other. Mo Ran saw that Jiangxi was not powerless to fight back, so he immediately turned around and rushed to Chu Wanning's side to help. Who knew that halfway there, a dozen dark yellow figures would pounce on him? Mo Ran gritted his teeth. Huang Xiaoya. These people were Huang Xiaoya and Jiang Dongtang's high-level disciples. Huang Xiaoya stood in the wind with his loose robes and large sleeves. He stroked his beard and said, Grandmaster Mo, the heart-drilling worm is not a joke. I'm like a fish on a chopping block. In the face of life and death, I can only be your enemy. Sorry for the offense. He was not the only one. There were also experts from other sects who could not bear this kind of pain. They all rushed over. At this time the soul summoning platform was already a mess. The cultivators from various sects were fighting among themselves. Those who were poisoned by the goo worms and those who were not, those who had betrayed them and those who had not. Everyone was confronting each other. For a moment Jiangxi and Hua Bainan were fighting with all their strength. Mo Ran was the last line of defense in front of Chu Wanning, so he was attacked from the front and back. He was entangled with Huang Xiaoye and the other cultivators one after another. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, was using all of his spiritual power to confront the mysterious formation. On the other side, Xue Zhengyong and the people from the Peak of Life and Death were guarding the front line, preventing more rebels from approaching Chu Wanning, who was sealing the mysterious formation. Shimei was running among the cultivators who had been poisoned by the heart-drilling worm but refused to surrender. He was trying to break the worm curse for them. It hurts. Kill me, I beg you to kill me. Shimei bent down and picked up a young man who was rolling on the ground. The young man grabbed his hand and cried, "It hurts so much. I don't want to surrender, I don't want to surrender. Just kill me. I beg you, kill me. Kill me. Bear with it." Shimei comforted him while placing his fingertips on the young man's pulse. "I can't take it anymore. Look at me, look into my eyes." But the young man did not listen to Shimei at all. His fingers were tightly clenched, and his whole body was twitching like a fish that had been fished out of the water. He gasped for breath, "I can't take it anymore." Shimei had no choice but to force the young man's face to face and lift his tightly closed eyelids. This was not easy because the young man kept kicking and struggling, leaving red marks on the back of Shimei's hand. "Look at me, look at me." The young man was barely called back to his senses. He panted and turned his eyes, looking at Shimei with tears in his eyes. Shimei silently recited the incantation and stared into the young man's eyes. Suddenly, the young man shivered and felt something quickly climbing up his waist. Soon it climbed to his chest, throat and throat. He suddenly turned over, and with a strong feeling of nausea, he vomited a big puddle of vomit. The smell was very pungent, and there was a red heart drill worm in it that kept spasming. Shimei pointed in the air and immediately broke the worm into pieces. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "The heart drill worm can be controlled by the eye healing technique. I can help you to do it." He ran around and shouted anxiously, "Stop fighting. Don't kill each other if you can do it. You can do it, you can do it." But in the chaotic battle, not many people listened to him. His voice was not loud and was soon drowned out by the shouts, howls, explosions, and collisions. Jiangxi heard Shimei shout and froze. A healing technique? Like many insects, when some poisonous insects entered the body, as long as the corresponding eye healing technique was used to guide them out of the body, they would be lured out of the body like moths to a flame. The poison of the gu insect would then be neutralized. Hua Bainan obviously heard it too. He cursed in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. "Along the way I killed all the cultivators who knew eye healing technique. I didn't expect that on this shabby peak of life and death, there would be someone who knows this kind of high-level medicine grandmaster technique. It's really..." The knife in his hand brushed past Jiangxi's snow phoenix, and sparks flew when they collided. Hua Bainan gritted his teeth and said, "Young man, you're awesome." Suddenly, he withdrew his sword. Then, his entire body swept backwards like a bat, and leaped into the midst of the fierce battle. "Oh no!" Jiangxi was startled as she saw through Hua Bainan's intention. She was just about to gather her qi to catch up when the heart-drilling worm flared up. Her chest constricted and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. She stabbed her sword into the ground and knelt down. His blood-soaked lips opened and closed as he watched Hua Bainan leave. He wanted to warn the others, but he couldn't make a louder sound. Dang. Exine. Shimei was detoxifying a cultivator of the Treading Snow Palace who was poisoned with the gu worm. After the cultivator vomited out the heart-drilling worm, he no longer felt the pain in his heart. He quickly stood up and shouted to Shimei, "Stop fighting. Come and detoxify the gu. We can detoxify it." Xuemeng was also busy trying to stop the fight. He dragged a dozen people to Shimei's side and kept shouting, Okay, bear with it. Don't cry out in pain. I'll detoxify it for you. I'll detoxify it for you right now. Who is my shitty? His skills are top-notch and he's no worse than Lonman's disciples." Xuemeng said and called out to Shimei, but the moment he looked up his voice stopped. "Shimei! Behind!" Chapter 232. Xuemeng let out a wretched cry as he pounced towards Shimei. But it was too late. Hua Bainan was like the king of hell, the god of death. He flew through the air and grabbed Shimei's neck from behind. "Shimei! Shiming Jing!" The elders at the peak of life and death, as well as Xue Meng, all turned their heads. Hua Bainan had already brought Shimei with him on his sword and rose into the air. Under the bright moon in the sky, he coldly looked down at the chaotic crowd below. Xue Meng was about to go crazy. She stepped on Dragon's Den and chased after Hua Bainan, but halfway through, she was forced to stop by the killer bees that Hua Bainan threw out. Unable to deal with them, she could only fall back to the ground and stagger. Hua Bainan held Shimei's neck, his slender finger wearing the spirit snake ring slowly stroking his opponent's throat. Suddenly, with a clang, a long spike shot out from the spirit snake ring, flashing with a cold light. The eye healing technique is extremely difficult to learn. Hua Bainan said slowly. This little friend is so young, and he is not Lonman's disciple. To be able to use the eye healing technique so skillfully, he must be very talented. How could the people fighting on the ground not notice his actions? For a moment, whether it was Xue Zhengyong, Mo Ran, or even Chu Wanning in front of the barrier, they all clearly saw Shimei being captured by Hua Bainan. Mo Ran's eyes suddenly narrowed. In his anger and anxiety, he saw a ghostly red light flash. It actually forced Huang Xiaoye and more than 10 people back several feet. A few unlucky people were even directly knocked off the cliff of the spirit summoning platform. In the boundless sea of clouds, they fell without even making a sound as they were swallowed up. Hua Bainan, let him go. Shimei's face was pale. He lowered his head to look at Mo Ran and Xue Meng. He pursed his lips and finally said, "Go help master. Don't worry about me." Shimei. Chu Wanning stood in front of the array, his face as white as a sheet. His hands trembled uncontrollably, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. His heart was in his throat. Shimei's gaze turned and landed on him. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes. "Master, what a coincidence." Hua Bainan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "I just casually grabbed and caught Grandmaster Chu's disciple, Chu Wanning. That's no wonder. She's already accomplished so much at such a young age." Hua Bainan wasn't stingy with her praise. "She's such a good disciple. As a teacher, don't you feel bad for her?" "Hua Bainan, if you hurt him, I'll make you pay for it. So you're saying that Grandmaster doesn't intend to do anything today?" Hua Bainan smiled and whispered into Shimei's ear. "Did you hear that? Between saving you and sealing the array, he chose the latter." Shimei closed his eyes. His lips trembled, but he didn't say a word. Hua Bainan laughed loudly. "If that's the case, I feel sorry for this little friend. You've become a disciple of Master, but you value righteousness more than your disciple's life. Shiming Jing, you're really pitiful." The wind whistled around them. No one answered for a long time. Perhaps it was because his life was hanging by a thread, but Shimei slowly opened his eyes in the silence. He said, "Master, I'm sorry. I know. You all remember that I did some things because of my own selfish desires. Even now, I'm not sure if those things were right or wrong. I don't deserve to be Master's disciple. There are many times when I can't sacrifice my life for righteousness." Shimei. On the high platform, Xue Meng heard him say this and couldn't help but think of the night when Chu Wanning died. Huizue ordered them to go to the underworld to save their master. But Shimei hesitated and didn't agree quickly. Mo Ran thought of the bowl of wontons that year. He thought of the inn, when Shimei bowed and told him apologetically that the bowl of wontons was made by Chu Wanning. What about Chu Wanning? Chu Wanning thought of Jin Chengqi's request for the sword. Shimei lamented that he couldn't obtain Shen Wu. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other regrets. Shimei had always been gentle, perfect and obedient. He was like a new snowfall in the cold winter, pure white and without a speck of dirt. Therefore, even the slightest bit of dust on the snowy ground, or even the slightest bit of blooming plum blossom, would be particularly eye-catching. Whether it was his mistakes, his hesitation, or his occasional selfishness, they were all so clear and unforgettable. But he was also a very ordinary person. He was not a stone statue or a silk painting. He also had his own personal feelings. But no one really understood him. For Xue Meng, Shimei was a friend. He felt that this friend should follow him, accompany him, support him. For the former Mo Ran, Shimei was the object of admiration. He felt that this object of his should be holy, tolerant, warm, and flawless. For Chu Wanning, Shimei was his disciple. He was gentle, approachable, and had a tolerance and forbearance that Chu Wanning envied and admired. At this time they suddenly realized that all this time, Shimei had been Xuemeng's close friend and follower. He had been Mo Ran's Zhusha Mole and later Mosquito Blood. He had been Chu Wanning's most inconspicuous and unremarkable disciple. The only thing he hadn't been was himself. Hua Bainan laughed coldly. Do you have any last words? Hua Bainan, let him go. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him, that's easy. Hua Bainan said. If all of you surrender and wait for death, I naturally won't take his life. The formation in front of Chu Wanning's eyes flickered. It was obvious that the formation had reached a critical moment. Whether it would be sealed or explode would depend on this move. He didn't withdraw the strength in his hand, but it was trembling slightly. This wasn't the world of ghosts and souls. The choice was made in a flash, and there was no time to think further. This was like placing a knife on his disciple's neck, giving him hesitation, letting him see with his own eyes, making him feel unbearable pain. Hua Bainan lifted his chin slightly and chuckled. What do you think? The formation has been opened so you can fight again. But if this knife falls, it will be extremely difficult to come back to life. Grandmaster, you must think carefully. At this time Shimei spoke. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was still clear. Actually, I don't like eating candied haws. Hua Bainan lowered his head and stared at him, as if he didn't understand what he meant. Shimei didn't cry. Shimei actually smiled slightly as he looked at his close friend, old friend and master on the ground. I don't like eating candied haws, but young master, when we were young you always asked me to help you eat it. What I want to cultivate the most is the boundary technique. Unfortunately, master thinks that I'm not talented enough, and isn't willing to teach me too much. His gaze fell on Mo Ran. Mo Ran, I actually know what you wanted to say that day when Kaidai suppressed the sky. Mo Ran was suddenly stunned and looked at him blankly. Shimei still smiled gently and peacefully. Oh, but after master came back, you never finished the sentence that you didn't say. In the restaurant I saw the two of you eating together. When I looked at your eyes, I knew that you would never say the second half of the sentence again. Mo Ran. I'm actually very envious of young master, and I'm also very envious of master, Shimei said softly. Can you not think that I'm annoying because of my envy? I've never thought that you were annoying before. Xuemeng shouted anxiously. His eyes couldn't help but redden. I didn't know that you don't like candied haws. I really didn't know. Shimei. Hua Bainan was already impatient. He grabbed Shimei by the neck and stared at Chu Wanning. He said sternly, I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, I'll destroy him. No. Xuemeng turned around in a panic and shouted anxiously at Chu Wanning. Master, please stop first. We can't watch something happen to Shimei in front of us. Just stop. 1. The trembling of Chu Wanning's fingers went from almost undetectable to clearly visible to everyone. He looked at Shimei. His usually sharp phoenix eyes met with his usually gentle peach blossom eyes. His phoenix eyes moistened. 2. Bang. At this moment blood splattered everywhere. Xuemeng and Mo Ran's shouts were like sharp swords that pierced through the roof. Shimei. Oh, you don't have to count to 3. Blood dripped down. Shimei raised his hand and covered his eyes. He hadn't cried from the beginning to the end, but at this moment, blood flowed out from his eyes through the gaps between his fingers and trickled down his cheeks. When Hua Bainan counted to 2, he ran straight into the cold spike that Hua Bainan had placed in front of him and brushed past it. Hua Bainan was shocked. He wanted to pull back his hand, but the spike deviated by a few inches. The sharp blade that was originally going to cut Shimei's neck brushed past his eyes. In an instant, both of his eyes were gone. Under Yu Heng's command, no one has ever surrendered, nor has he ever been weak. Shimei. His voice split the clouds. Chu Wanning's heart was also greatly shaken. He had already used all of his strength. Now that he saw his disciple destroy his own eyes with blood flowing out of his face, his hands couldn't help but soften. The formation suddenly backfired at this moment. A wave of spirit energy violently surged out from the crack and hit him squarely in the chest, sending him flying several meters away. Chu Wanning violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he didn't have the time to take care of himself. He turned his hand and tried to repair the formation, but it was too late. Hua Bainan was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. He grabbed Shermei's collar and pulled him up. His eyes flashed with joy. I didn't expect you to be so useful. Seems that it would be a pity if I killed you. Hua Bainan, what are you going to do? Hua Bainan didn't answer. He only glanced at Xue Meng, then turned his gaze to the mysterious black barrier that was rapidly cracking open. He smiled and said, "This formation has been combined with the efforts of so many people. It's finally going to open. Everyone, this is the first time I've opened this formation in my life. I'm just giving it a try. I don't know what will happen next." As he spoke, he quickly lowered his sword and brought Shermei down to the entrance of the soul summoning platform. When he disappeared in front of the entrance, he threw out a final sentence to the crowd. "You guys stay here and have fun. This Jiao Mountain is so grand. It's not a bad thing to use it as a burial ground." Almost at the same time, a deafening sound came from the sky. The spirit array was like ink spilled on a piece of paper, quickly spreading out and swallowing half of the sky in the blink of an eye. Even the moon was covered by the darkness behind it. What's going on? What kind of formation is this? Is it the ghost world sky fisher? But this isn't the color of the heaven and earth in the ghost world. The people who were fighting fiercely just now were like grasshoppers on the same boat. They all looked up at the dark crack in the sky vigilantly. Perhaps this couldn't be called a crack. Above the soul summoning platform, half of the sky had cracked. Dull and rapid vibrations came from the bottomless darkness. Huang Xiaoya's face was sallow. Her nostrils flared and she said, Is there a monster coming out from behind? Why is there such a big commotion?" Mo Ran took the lead and stood at the front with the ghost sword in his hand. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the night sky. Rumble! Heavenly thunder space break! It's cracked! There's something behind. Something's coming out. Is it a malicious ghost? Xue Meng saw that Mo Ran and Chu Wanning were too close to the dark crack. He wiped the tears from his face and was about to run toward his cousin and master. However, he was grabbed by Xue Zhengyong and pulled behind him. "Father! Don't go. Stay here." "I don't want to. I want to stay with master and my brother." Xue Zhengyong's eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. He didn't allow Xue Meng to refuse. "Do you want to die? Do you know?" The rest of his words fell like dry twigs. He was stunned and didn't say anything else. Xue Meng cried. He wailed, "Father, I want to help them. Shermei has been taken away. I can't hide behind you and watch them get hurt. Please." Before Xue Zhengyong could reply, green smoke and lightning hissed from the center of the pitch-black formation. A layer of smoke and clouds surged out from within. When they got closer, they saw that it was a group of black-clothed cultivators with masks on their faces. They stepped on their swords and descended from the sky amidst the thunder and lightning. It was impossible to tell which sect they belonged to or where they came from. The man in the lead wore a luxurious cloak embroidered with gold and silver threads. He wore a hood and a ferocious silver-gray mask that covered his face. He stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. Wind blew in all directions and clouds gathered around him. Even though he didn't say a word, he emitted an immeasurable murderous aura. What the hell is this? Xue Zhengyong was stunned. The others who hadn't seen much of the world couldn't say a word. They just stared blankly at the sky. Was it a ghost? But no, there was no such ghost. More and more people flew out of the black clouds on their swords. There were dozens of people, hundreds of people. In the end, they stood in the clouds and were on par with the cultivators on the ground. There were almost 1,000 of them. Xue Zhengyong shuddered. After a while, he gathered his breath and shouted, "Are you a human or a ghost? Why don't you tell us who you are?" The man in the lead rolled his eyes. When his gaze fell on Xue Zhengyong, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. "Say something. Do you understand what we're talking about?" Xue Meng also shouted. The man didn't say anything. He paused for a moment and raised a pale and slender hand. Then he waved his hand and spoke concisely. "Kill." Villa Master Ma quickly got up and raised his hand in panic. Wait for me. I'm coming out, I'm coming out, I'm coming out. But a sword was pointed at his chest. Villa Master Ma's face froze, and he looked up in shock. Taoist Huang, what are you doing? Huang Xiaoya sneered, when I was hit by the heart-drilling worm, I was already on opposite sides with all of you. If I let you out now, I'm afraid that in the future, when the war is over, there will be many people who want to settle accounts with me. I'm old and can't afford it. Villa Master Ma said in horror, No, no, no. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Let's talk nicely. Why are you looking for revenge? We have to do business. Taoist Huang, let us out quickly, and we'll give you half price for all the goods in Tabu Villa. No half price. Huang Xiaoya's withered face showed a trace of malevolence, and he said mockingly, half price? After obtaining the treasures of Confucian Wind Sect's Jiao Mountain, how can the world's wealth still enter my eyes? It's just Tabu Villa, what's so good about it? As he said this, he pushed Villa Master Ma fiercely. Ma Yun fell to the ground, and the people behind her also fell to the ground and sat on the ground. When they struggled to get up, the last scene they saw was Huang Xiaoya and the people from Jiangdongtang standing outside. Huang Xiaoya pulled the mechanism that sealed the stone, and his face flashed with greed, longing, and schadenfreude. The people from Jiangdongtang behind him were even more arrogant, and some of them even said bluntly, serves you right for looking down on us. Our Taoist Huang obviously didn't do anything wrong, but he was scolded by you all along the way and suffered all kinds of grievances. He risked his life to leave behind his blood, so why should we help you all? Boom! The stone door was sealed again. This time the tunnel fell into endless darkness and hesitation. It was dead silent. In the midst of despair, some female cultivators finally broke down and began to sob. Grief was contagious, and soon most people became disheartened and lazy, losing their will to fight. They were trapped, unable to move forward, nor did they want to leave. Sister, I don't want to die yet. Master, Father, let's go out and fight to the death. It's better than being trapped here. The voices of the people buzzed. At this time, a voice that had been silent for a long time suddenly sounded, with a hint of trembling and more resolute. He said, I'll do it. Villa Master Ma, who looked defeated, trembled and turned his head. When he saw a bunch of flames lit up, his eyes widened slightly and he said in shock, Grandmaster Mo? Mo Ran held the flame in his hand, and it reflected his handsome face. He walked to the stone and stood still. You also left behind Nangong Si's blood? Mo Ran didn't answer. He knew that although there were people blocking the entrance of the tunnel, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Those chess pieces would kill their way in soon. On his way up the mountain, when Nangong Si was in danger, he was hot-blooded and wanted to do this many times, but in the end, he didn't do it. He had originally thought that he was blessed by the heavens, and that he would be able to escape from the eyes of the crowd and escape the calamity of life. But at this time he was trapped and knew that he had no other choice. There was no way out. Grandmaster Mo? He didn't care about Villa Master Ma. He took out the silver short knife at his waist and fiercely swiped it in his palm. In an instant, blood flowed all over his palm. At this time, Xue Meng and Xue Zhengyong had arrived. Chu Wanning was also there. They stopped behind Mo Ran. Xue Zhengyong's voice was full of confusion. Ran Air, what are you doing? It's useless. The Jiao Mountain will only listen to the Nangong family's orders. You bleeding won't help. Mo Ran didn't turn his head. His bleeding hand was slightly trembling. In the end, he slammed his hand on the stone. It was cold to the touch, and it pierced through his flesh and bones. He closed his eyes. The demonic dragon Morning Dragon's distant voice once again echoed in this darkness. Who are you? His throat moved. Under the gazes of the crowd, Mo Ran slowly answered in a low voice amidst the oppressive silence. Confucian Wind Sect. The 7th generation of the Blood Origin Sect. Xue Meng's expression suddenly changed. He staggered back a step and kept shaking his head. What? Xue Zhengyong's expression was even worse than his. He stared at Mo Ran's tall and straight black back and muttered, How is this possible? Every word was like a sharp knife. Even though he knew that blood would flow out of his body, he had no other choice. He softly finished the last half of the sentence. Mo Ran, Mo, will you pay your respects? Xue Meng's voice was hoarse. He shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Impossible." However, the door was opened in the end. Wang Li's ethereal voice was like a sharp bayonet that pierced his eardrums and heart. "Wang Li, farewell." "Master Ren." Shuizhong was completely stunned. He couldn't say a word. Chu Wanning was also confused. He held Shuizhong in time and looked forward. The stone door rumbled. 1 inch, 2 inches, it disappeared into the ground again. The orange flames of the dragon soul pool outside surged into the darkness. Mo Ran stood against the light. The light polished his back until it was blurry and almost illusory. Mo Ran. Mo Ran. How did you open it? What 7th generation of the Confucian Wind sect? How is this possible? How is this possible? Xue Meng seemed to be panicking and going crazy. How are you related to the Nangong family? You're clearly. Mo Ran paused. In the end, he said in a low voice in the swaying light, "Everyone leave first." Mo Ran. He shouted himself hoarse. For a moment, Mo Ran tilted his head, as if he wanted to turn around and say something. But in the end he didn't say anything. He didn't stop and didn't hesitate. He walked forward. The light moved with his tall figure. He finally disappeared at the end of the tunnel. Behind him, the people of the other sects scrambled to escape. They came aggressively and couldn't be stopped. But when they left, they were like fish that escaped the net. Mo Ran walked alone in this surging torrent. He fled like a carp crossing a river. He didn't turn around. He didn't dare to. He saw Yi Wangxi in the Dragon Soul Pool Hall. He walked over and carried her, who hadn't woken up yet, and left with her. In fact, the person who jumped into the Dragon Soul Pool and sacrificed his life couldn't have been Nangong Si. Could have been him. Although at that time, Mo Ran didn't know that this would ensure the safety of Jiao Mountain, he didn't have the confidence. What if he knew? Would he really die in place of Nangong Si? He had lived for 2 lifetimes. He was full of sins, but he could still struggle at death's door. But Nangong Si was only 20 years old. She didn't even walk half of her life before turning into dust. Nothing was left of her. Rationally, he knew that Nangong Si was more worthy of staying in this world than him. But people still wanted to live. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming behind him. Those monsters are coming. How is that possible? Mo Ran turned around. The broken stone fell again when the last group of people came out of the tunnel. Those chess pieces couldn't be opened unless, his face paled. Unless, among those chess pieces, there was someone with the blood of the Nangong family. While thinking, he recalled the mysterious black sky fisher he saw just now. He suddenly thought of the third forbidden technique, the gate of life and death. Mo Ran only felt a strong chill spread from the soles of his feet to his whole body. Could it be that the person who came out was? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was too absurd. Even in his previous life, no one could do this. Who could do it? Just at this time, Mei Hanxue retreated to his side. Mo Ran handed Yi Wangxi to him. His eyes flashed with a frantic light as he hurriedly ran in the opposite direction of the crowd. Mo ran air. In the torrent, Xue Meng and Shuizhong saw him. They both shouted at him, but Mo Ran didn't care. He really didn't know how to face these 2 people. Paper couldn't wrap fire. 2 lifetimes it was the same. Suddenly his arm was grabbed. Mo Ran turned his head. "Master." Chu Wanning said, "You can't go. I'll stop those people. Since you can open the Flood Dragon Mountain formation, you should stay with the others and take them out of here. Go." While talking, the black-clothed man in the lead had already calmly walked out of the tunnel. Behind him, the black-robed Taoists appeared one by one. Chu Wanning said sternly, "Quick! Take them away." There was no other choice. No matter how uncertain and unsettled Mo Ran was, he could only retreat with everyone. Xue Meng refused to leave and was forcefully dragged forward by Shuizhong. In the end, only Chu Wanning was left in the Dragon Soul Pool Hall. And those mysterious cultivators were gathering. The Dragon Soul Pool's lava was boiling, and the orange-yellow light illuminated the cold stone wall. Chu Wanning stood alone, the heavens inquiring flame electric current flowing, reflecting his pair of eyes that were as bright as a knife. He looked at the mysterious black-clothed man in the lead. That man, on the other hand, was also looking at him faintly through the heavy cover. The man stood quietly. Someone behind him couldn't hold back his temper and wanted to be the vanguard. He shouted, "You dare to block the path of so many people by yourself? How arrogant! Come, let me see what you're capable of." But before he could move more than 3 meters, the black-clothed man suddenly raised his hand and grabbed him. That person exclaimed, "Your Majesty?" The black-clothed man ignored him and didn't even turn his head. He was still staring at Chu Wanning's face, but the veins on his hand were bulging. With a crisp crack, the vanguard's neck was twisted and broken by him, and then he casually threw him on the ground. Chu Wanning's expression changed slightly. This man would even kill his own people? Who do you think you are to be worthy of being taught by Grandmaster Chu? The man casually walked toward Chu Wanning slowly. Behind him no one dared to move. Chu Wanning crossed the heavens' inquiring flame and said sternly, "Who are you?" When the man heard this, his footsteps stopped. He stood not far from Chu Wanning, his eyes flowing with a strange emotion that couldn't be clearly described. After a while, he laughed softly and said, "After so many years, I didn't expect that when we meet again, your first words to me would be so insipid. When have I ever known you? Oh, you don't know me? Chu Wanning, you're always so heartless." The man moved forward again. This time he didn't stop. Chu Wanning had always been fierce and stubborn, so he couldn't back down. So the man walked straight in front of him. The distance was dangerously close and extremely abrupt. Chu Wanning's hand glinted with cold light, and he raised his palm to chop down. He had such good skills and was as fast as lightning, but the man easily grabbed his wrist. In fact, I've already experienced this move many times. The man lowered his head and stared closely at Chu Wanning's face, taking in all the details of this face. His gaze was almost greedy. "But you seem to have forgotten." Being stared at like this, Chu Wanning only felt his hair stand on end. He had never been a person who feared the strong, but the things in this person's eyes were too complicated and too sinister, as if they were hiding a world-shaking truth and secret. "Who are you? Do you want me to remind you?" the man said in a low voice. The strength of his hand was so great that Chu Wanning actually couldn't break free. "The first time you used this move was when I was 16. You taught me how to fight in close quarters. You told me that although this move seemed simple, it was very difficult to learn. You told me to practice it well and not slack off." Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at him in disbelief. The man's eyes held a smiling expression, but also a treacherous light. "The second time you used this move was when you and I were fighting back then. I was caught off guard and was struck by you, suffering an extremely heavy injury." He took Chu Wanning's hand and pressed it towards his heart, not allowing him to refuse. Chu Wanning suddenly realized that this man actually didn't have any heartbeat. It was like a corpse. "Who are you? Don't be anxious." The man immersed himself in every word between his lips and teeth, and then sweetly fed it to his ear. This time he was even closer, almost touching Chu Wanning's face. He said in his ear, "The third time you used this move was on my bed. I wanted to do you, but you said it was enough and wouldn't agree." He was very calm, but the strength in his hand was very strong. He tightly gripped Chu Wanning's wrist and forced her hand to slide down his chest. In the end, he actually wanted to bring her hand to an extremely private place. As if he was stung by a snake or scorpion, Chu Wanning's expression suddenly changed, and he fiercely wanted to fight with his life. However, the man seemed to be familiar with all of his movements and routines, and easily broke his move. Then he actually hugged his entire body in his arms, and murmured intimately and erotically, "What do you say, Chu Wanning? This lord originally came to kill you, to destroy you, but I didn't expect that after so many years you've changed and I've also changed. But when I see you, when I smell your scent, I still get hard very quickly. You let go of me." Chu Wanning didn't expect that things would turn out like this. His face turned white, then red, then white. He looked like he was going to faint from anger, but no matter what, he couldn't break free from that person's grip. He was like an inescapable net, like a spider's web, entangling him and hugging him. Under everyone's gaze, he held his entire body in his arms. It was forceful, overbearing, ferocious, and crazy. Narrow and wet and sticky. So hard that it hurts, so hard that it swells. "I'll kill you." The man seemed to be amused. He suddenly smiled and let go of his hand. Chu Waning's killing intent suddenly rose. His actions were ruthless and forceful, and he really wanted to kill him in one blow. The cloak fluttered, and he retreated in a hurry. He fluttered like a kite and landed steadily on the green brick stone. However, the cloak wasn't spared. It was split in half by Chu Waning and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The man didn't raise his head. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood. He was silent for a moment in the shadow, and then he sighed and said, "You can't change your temper of shouting and yelling at the slightest thing. It's the same everywhere." But Chu Waning, Grandmaster Chu. The black-clothed man raised his hand, and a pitch-black wind came from behind. He caught it neatly. Chu Waning caught a glimpse of it. It was actually the divine martial Modeo that had appeared in the Xianyuan Club's auction before. It was also one of the 5 fierce blades that Su Shuanglin had collected. The man rubbed the no return. He spoke slowly and with an extremely vicious tone. "Can you really bear to kill me?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head. The hood fell down. Chu Waning felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured into his head. It was bone-chilling cold, and his body was soaked in frost and snow. His mind was buzzing, and he was actually numb. In the cold and gloomy main hall, the black-clothed man was handsome. His face was pale, and his smile contained evil and lingering. He was both a disaster and an evildoer. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of eerie white teeth. "Emperor Ta Mo ran Mo Weiyu." The no return was unsheathed. The cold frost illuminated his dark purple eyes. The Emperor Ta's smile was like a malicious spirit, like a tiger or wolf. "Teacher, please show me your skills." Chapter 234. At the same time, at the foot of Jiao Mountain, except for Zhang Dongtong's group, all the other cultivators had successfully escaped. The moment they stepped out of the enchantment, although they knew they were not out of danger yet, many of them were exhausted and fell to the ground. Ma Yun rolled her eyes as she lay on a large rock and wailed, I can't take it anymore. My friends, let's go back home and be more vigilant. I really don't have the energy to do this anymore." Jiangshi said, "We haven't found out who came out of the enchantment and the mysterious formation. How can we go back now? What can we do? If we had the energy to fight against them, we wouldn't have to run away like this." Master Xianjing also said, "Sect Master Jiang, it's better to listen to Villa Master Ma this time. Instead of stubbornly resisting here and ending up in a heroic and pitiful state, it's better to go back and regroup before making preparations." Jiangshi pursed his lips and didn't speak. He looked at the people at the peak of life and death. However, Xue Zhengyong and Xue Meng's expressions were very lax. They looked at the main path of Jiao Mountain until a person came out of the rolling dust. "Mo Ran," Xue Meng murmured. Mo Ran was the last to come out of the enchantment of Jiao Mountain. He frowned and glanced at the crowd, saying, "It's the Zhenlong chess. Maybe it has something to do with the first forbidden technique, the gate of life and death. If so, who knows what kind of person will come out of it? You should all leave quickly. Don't wait for death here. Life is more important." He paused and said to Jiangshi, "Master Jiang, please take everyone to Linling Island. It's protected by the Black Tortoise enchantment and can resist Hua Bainan for a while. Also, your sect is a medicine sect. It's easy to detoxify people who are poisoned by the heart-drilling worm." Jiangshi asked, "What about you? Master is still on the mountain. I'll go back to help him after you leave. After I settle everything, I'll meet you at your sect." Jiangshi didn't speak for a long time. In the end, he folded his arms and bowed to Mo Ran, saying farewell. The group of people were injured, tired, and disabled. They were ready to leave this dangerous place with Jiangshi. Mo Ran suddenly called him. "Master Jiang. Grandmaster Mo, is there anything else?" Mo Ran said, "Missy, I know. I won't let anyone hurt her again." Mo Ran was relieved. Jiangshi and the others had walked far away, but the people at the peak of life and death had not moved. Shuizhong hesitated for a long time, then stepped forward and frowned. "Randar, what's going on?" But. Uncle, take Shuemeng and leave first. I'll tell you the whole story later." Shuemeng didn't want to wait that long. His heart was burning. No, he said. How can you be a member of the Confucian Wen sect? You grew up on the peak of life and death. He said you for a long time. In the end, with red eyes, he squeezed out, "You're my older brother, right?" Mo Ran stared at him. Xueming was trembling. Although he tried to control himself, he still trembled. His confused and sorrowful appearance was too pitiful. Mo Ran's throat was sore. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he stepped forward and patted Xueming's shoulder. When I first came to the peak of life and death, you didn't even want to recognize me. Mo Ran smiled bitterly. He didn't dare look at Xueming's round, watery eyes. Those eyes were too clean, too passionate. And he was dirty. He was afraid. Xueming was silent for a long time. Then with a hoarse voice he said, "Can you give me a definite answer?" He gripped Dragon's Den, the scimitar that Mo Ran had given him, and embedded in it. He grabbed it like he was grabbing a life-saving piece of floating grass. In just a short night, he had seen Nangongsi throw himself into the lake, sacrificing himself for the dragon. He had seen Shermo's eyes destroyed and his fate unknown. He had seen Mo Ran spill his blood and open the seal that only the people of the Nangong family could open. He couldn't breathe. He felt like he was drowning. Mo Ran couldn't bear it. "Okay, I'll give you a definite answer." He held Xueming's shoulder. He didn't know who was trembling. Was it Xueming or himself? But that was no longer important. He looked into Xueming's eyes and said one word at a time. "Listen, I've never been a member of the Confucian Wen sect. In my life, I've never done anything to harm the peak of life and death. If possible, I'm willing to serve the sect for the rest of my life." Xueming's lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, tears began to roll down his cheeks. He bit his lower lip with all his might. After a while he collapsed. Shermei said that I never understood him. Actually, I never understood you either. I was too headstrong in the past. I never thought about you guys. I didn't understand anything. I just messed around, but... He paused for a moment as tears streamed down his face. "But I really do care about you guys. I won't scold you anymore. I won't bully Shermei anymore. I want everything to be the same as before. As long as everything can be the same as before." By the end, he was sobbing so hard that he couldn't speak. "Brother, don't lie to me." Mo Ran couldn't bear to see him like this. He pushed Xueming to Shuizhengyong's side. His voice was low, slow, and moist like the dew on the flowers at dawn. "Be good. Come with your uncle. Once the matter here is settled, I'll come find you immediately." After saying this, he turned around and returned to the Flood Dragon Mountain barrier. He put down the seal and didn't look back. The tiles in the Dragon Soul Pond's main hall were broken. The stone pillars had collapsed. The fierce battle was over. Only the smoke of gunpowder was left. The celestial treading monarch's Modeo was pressed against Chu Wanning's neck. He used a little too much force. Dazzling blood spurted out from under the skin, dyeing the pitch-black blade. Chu Wanning closed his eyes and pursed his lips. "Master, you seem to be too absent-minded in this battle. You weren't paying attention." The Emperor Ta pulled him up from the ground and raised his finger. The Mo saber was instantly hidden. But at the same time, he put the strongest restriction spell on Chu Wanning's body. The faint blue light firmly bound him. He pinched Chu Wanning's chin and forced him to look up. "Tell me, what are you thinking?" Chu Wanning slowly opened his eyes. What was reflected in his eyes was an extremely familiar yet strange face. He felt a chill. He knew this wasn't Mo Ran, but this person's moves were so similar to Mo Ran's. What was even more frightening was that he suddenly felt like he had seen this face before in his dreams. How many times had she made love with Mo Ran in her dreams? It was like this slightly pale and thin face. There was evil in his handsomeness, and there was no warmth in his dark eyes. There was only cruelty and madness. "Actually, even if you don't say it, I know." He slowly said, "Master must be thinking, who am I, what nonsense am I talking about, and where did I come from?" His fingertips intimately rubbed Chu Wanning's cheek. "No rush. These. I can tell you slowly. By the way." His eyes moved down and fell on Chu Wanning's left hand. "Don't think about summoning Joga and Huaisha. I have long been on guard. I won't repeat the mistakes of the past. Hearing him mention the names of his other two divine weapons, Chu Waning's face became more and more ugly. Although his phoenix eyes were gloomy, there was also confusion in them. The celestial treading monarch was probably amused by his stubborn and confused expression. He actually chuckled softly. He touched Chu Waning's face. What's wrong? Are you surprised that I know about Joga and Huaisha? But it's no wonder. Before I came, I had already received the news. I have a good understanding of this mortal world. I know that the me in this time and space has not stepped on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, forcing you to draw your swords against him. Of course, he has never seen those two divine weapons. This mortal worlds. You? The Emperor Ta smiled but did not answer. Chu Waning suddenly had a very creepy feeling. He felt that this Mo Ran looked at him as if he was looking at a corpse, a dream. His eyes were too naked, too crazy, and too full of lush emotions. Those emotions were so broad that it could drive any normal person crazy. The gate of life and death. He slowly said, "This forbidden technique, Master must know very well. In another cultivation world, Master, you have been dead for many years." He looked at Chu Waning's face that was getting paler and paler. He watched as the last bit of blood disappeared under his skin. The Emperor Ta looked at him, his eyes shining brightly. Suddenly, like a sharp sword unsheathed, a dragon broke through the water. This person's always calm emotions seemed to be stretched to the extreme. He suddenly pulled Chu Waning up, and gradually became crazy. Yes. This is it, this is the face. It's this face. I look at your face. I look at you lying in the Red Lotus Pavilion like a living corpse day and night. There's not a trace of blood on your face. Your corpse is rotting, but you won't speak or open your eyes again. You're already dead in that cultivation world. You're taking revenge on me. He took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes burned brightly. In desperation, flames and lightning surged inside, and dragons and snakes danced. Chu Waning, I hate you. You left me alone. He said this, but he raised his hands and hugged him, pulling him into his arms. So hot. Like fire. He was stung by this long-lost warmth. He let out a deep sigh from his throat. He hugged him tightly, and he hated that he couldn't knead him into his bones and blood, and swallow him into his lungs. From now on, it didn't matter whether he lived or died, whether it was warm or cold. He had companions to accompany him, and they would no longer be together. No. But Chu Waning's scalp was numb, and his vision turned black. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't understand. Who died? Who left who alone? The door of the Dragon Soul Pond opened again. In the moving light, a person hurried in, and that person anxiously called, "Master." Hundreds of soldiers were on guard, blocking the front. When the Emperor Ta heard this voice, he was slightly startled at first, and then he smiled coldly. I was wondering who it was, so it was him. He waved his hand lazily and said to the chess pieces that followed him, "Disperse. It's fine, let him in." Mo Ran had been thinking about the Zhenlong chess pieces and the door of life and death. He felt that Hua Bainan was definitely not the last hand. If all of this was planned by Hua Bainan, there was no reason for him to trick Su Shuanglin in front of the soul summoning platform, and Su Shuanglin wouldn't recognize him. Then who would be the last hand? The Zhenlong chess pieces, the door of life and death, and no return, two ancient legends that were twisted together in the mortal world. And linked together, he had a crazy idea. This idea made him feel cold all over, but he didn't believe it. He ran all the way, and he didn't believe that all of this was real. Until he broke into the Dragon Soul Palace. Until he saw that person clearly. Mo Ran felt a buzzing sound in his head, and blood rushed to his brain. He couldn't breathe for a moment, and his lips opened and closed, and his eyes were about to crack. No. How could this be real? The man in the palace, surrounded by the crowd, looked so disdainful and cold, and his eyes were so disdainful and playful. He looked at Mo Ran indifferently. The same eyebrows, nose, lips, face, aura, and physique. The difference was only a few millimeters. He seemed to be looking in a mirror, but also seemed to be looking at his ghost-like self from yesterday through the torrent of time. The Emperor Ta raised the corner of his mouth, and a bloody smile bloomed. He held Chu Wanning in front of him, and the tip of his finger lightly touched the corner of Chu Wanning's mouth, and cast a mute spell. Then he smiled at the person at the door and said, "Oh, Grandmaster Mo, I've heard of your great name for a long time, and I'm quite curious. Now that the door of life and death is open, you and I can finally meet." He paused and his eyes flashed. He tapped his white teeth and said two words that were sweet and cold. "Nice to meet you." Chapter 235. How? Mo Ran took a step back, shook his head and muttered, "How is this possible? It's really you?" "Yes, it's me." The Emperor Ta looked at him slowly, and then smiled. "Well, I thought that after you were reborn you wouldn't remember much about your past life, but looking at you now it seems like you still remember? And looking at your expression, you seem to have guessed my existence. If that's the case, you're not too stupid." Mo Ran mumbled. He had a lot to say, but the words were about to come out of his throat, but in the end, he shouted in disbelief, "But you're clearly dead." "Oh, you took the poison in the Wushan Palace, the king of poison. There was no way you could have survived. You died in front of the Tower of Babel, buried in a coffin under the flowering tree. You're already dead." The Emperor Ta chuckled. "That's not a good enough reason." As he spoke, he slowly raised his eyes, and revealed a sarcastic smile. His eyes were like the sharp beak of a raptor, ready to peck through Grandmaster Mo's body. "Why don't I say one for you?" he said softly, with the calmness of toying with people in the palm of his hand, and chuckled. "Yes, I'm indeed dead. And the person who can prove that I'm dead is standing in front of me right now." Mo Ran. "Because you're the soul that helped me escape?" The Emperor Ta laughed. "The most benevolent Grandmaster Mo across the world. There are people who often tell me about your, how should I say, heroic deeds?" He sneered. "You're so interesting, I thought you didn't remember much about your past life, so you could pretend like nothing happened. But you actually remember everything." Mo Ran gritted his teeth. "Sigh, Grandmaster Mo, do you think that as long as you keep silent, no one will know the truth? Do you think that as long as you put down the knife you can start all over again? Most importantly, do you think—" The Emperor Ta suddenly became even more ruthless. He gripped Chu Wanning's neck, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He pinched Chu Wanning until his skin turned purple. He furrowed his brows in anger, but he couldn't say a word. "Do you really think that I will be so kind and let you enjoy the light alone when there is no more fire in my world? Don't touch him." The Emperor Ta sneered. "Don't touch him? Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to say this to me?" With Chu Wanning in his arms, he slowly walked in circles. He and Mo Ran looked at each other. The Emperor Ta stared at Grandmaster Mo. Mo Ran stared at Mo Weiyu. The past life was staring at this life. The Emperor Ta mocked him. "Don't you know how I did it? Now you're pretending to be a good person. Don't say it." Why didn't he say anything? Don't you think those things are interesting and unsatisfying? After so many years, life and death, don't you think it's time to talk about it? Mo Ran couldn't help but shake his head. His expression was even uglier than Chu Wanning's. He was angry, helpless, guilty, and desperate. "Don't say it." "Oh, you want me to shut up so badly?" How interesting our wise and kind Grandmaster Mo at this moment seems to be. The Emperor Ta thought for a while and spat out 3 words, very scared. Mo Ran couldn't wait any longer. He looked at Chu Wanning being tightly held in the Emperor Ta's arms, and his heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what to do. He just wanted to stop this demon in front of him from talking. He just wanted to bury all the ugliness and the past in the ground and seal it in the coffin. The ghost light rose and suddenly attacked the saint of treading immortals. The red sparks crackled and crackled. The flames were even more ferocious than before. Avoiding the attack, the Emperor Ta's expression changed slightly. Heaven's Inquisition? No, as soon as he finished speaking, he already knew the answer. The red light of the willow vine was not Heaven's Inquisition. Your new divine martial art is very interesting. The Emperor Ta's expression was slightly complicated. He stared at the vine whip for a moment, then looked up at Mo Ran. His expression was even colder. If that's the case, as he spoke, he flew back and handed Chu Wanning to one of his men behind him. He then raised his hand and summoned no return. "Come, let's fight." I'm curious which one is more powerful when I'm holding no return, or when I'm holding the vine whip. As he spoke, the Emperor Ta's finger touched the Modeo inch by inch. No return's green light surged, and his spiritual power reached its peak. At the same time, Grandmaster Mo's finger touched the willow vine inch by inch. The ghostly red light overflowed, and the flame burned fiercely. Fire attribute? The Emperor Ta sneered. Although I have a dual attribute of wood and fire, I clearly remember that I'm better at using wood, not fire. Why did you change your temperament? Mo Ran kept silent and did not answer. His expression was cold and solemn. He pursed his lips tightly, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. Those were the eyes of a person standing on the edge of a cliff, teetering on the edge of a cliff. Clang! Two figures that were almost identical leaped into the air and clashed fiercely in midair, pouncing and tangling with each other. Gue Gue and No Return roared noiselessly as a torrential spiritual current flowed out. It was as if a flood dragon had encountered a huge whale, or a flood had struck a ferocious beast. In a split second, the bricks of the Dragon Soul Palace were scattered in all directions. Stones and sand flew everywhere. Their surging frenzied current even raised the magma of the dragon blood pool. Everyone attached spiritual power to their feet to prevent the overflowing magma water from burning themselves. The Emperor Ta and Grandmaster Mo were no exception. The two of them fought fiercely, and they were evenly matched. The blades clashed and the vines danced like the wind. The black shadow pounced on the black shadow, and the bloody eyes stared at the desperate one. Every move was the peak, and the flame and lightning surged wildly. There was another sharp sound of weapons. The two of them tiptoed and soared into the air. The vine whip and the Modeo collided, and the splashing spiritual power reflected on the two pale faces. One of them died and came back to life. The other was better than death. During the power struggle, the Emperor Ta's eyes were filled with thousands of snowflakes. He shouted, "No return, quench the spirit." Grandmaster Mo gritted his teeth and said slowly, "The ghostly, quench the spirit." In an instant, their own spiritual power rushed into the two divine weapons. The two divine weapons each emitted a bright light, and the red light and the blue light rushed to kill each other. In the end, there was only a bang sound, and No Return hit Mo Ran's shoulder, and the ghostly pierced the Emperor Ta's left arm. Both of them groaned and fell to the ground, one on the left and one on the right. They panted and didn't feel the pain of their wounds at all. All of their attention was on each other. They were like fierce beasts fighting in a cage. It was either you die or I live. The Emperor Ta's eyes were gloomy. The way you use the vine whip is too similar to his. His naturally referred to Chu Wanning. Grandmaster Mo didn't want to be entangled with the Emperor Ta. His eyes were murderous. "Why don't you get out of here? You want me to get out?" The Emperor Ta sneered. "Mo Wei, what right do you have? You've been wearing the sheep's skin for a long time. Don't tell me you've forgotten that there's still sheep's blood on your lips." Before they finished talking, they leaped up again and started to fight again. The Emperor Ta rushed forward. The lava under his feet was boiling, and sparks were flying everywhere. But how could Mo Ran not be aware of his moves? It was as if he was looking at his own reflection in the lake. Before the Emperor Ta's blade fell, he had already retreated a few feet. Under his feet, the sun was blazing and the fire was flowing. The two of them advanced and retreated. Every move they made was within the opponent's expectation. In the blink of an eye, they had fought for more than 100 rounds. They were evenly matched and no one had the upper hand over the other. Mo Ran's forehead was full of sweat, and the Emperor Ta was also breathing heavily. They were still circling, staring at each other and circling each other. Sweat seeped into the dark space between his eyebrows. It froze for a moment, and then suddenly dripped down. Mo Ran gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "What are you doing all of this for? I've said it before. Swirenshi is no longer in my world. Don't be delusional and think that you can monopolize this last fire." Mo Ran suddenly became angry. "That's also your last fire. But I can't have it." The Emperor Ta said coldly, "Besides, is there a difference between you and me? My hands are full of blood and you're clean? Why is it that I can only live my life in a drunken stupor alone in the long night, while you can protect Shifu, Chu Wanning, and your ridiculous uncle and cousin? Why is it you?" Emo Ran heard him say this and suddenly he was startled. After a while he said, "You've gotten it before." Emo Ran looked at himself in his previous life. He had always said in his heart but never said it out loud. Now he murmured, "You've gotten it before. You've stepped on it. You've extinguished it with your own hands." The celestial treading monarch's expression suddenly became extremely dangerous. His nose wrinkled slightly, and there seemed to be waves of evil in his eyes. He was so gloomy that he even changed the way he addressed himself. "I destroyed him? Ridiculous. How can you be sure that it wasn't him who destroyed me? You don't know the truth of the heavenly fisher at all." "I don't need to know." The Emperor Ta said coldly, "Emo Weiyu, it's all too late. I think it's good this way. As long as he's alive, he's my man, and I can control him in the palm of my hand. It doesn't matter if he's happy or not. It doesn't matter if he hates me or resents me. It doesn't matter." He paused. "I just want to see him." Emo Ran's voice was filled with anger and pain. He was torn by shame and trembling. He trembled slightly. "You've already destroyed him once. You still want to destroy yourself and destroy him in this world the second time." The Emperor Ta suddenly smiled. His dimples were deep, and he looked back and forth at Emo Ran's face. Then he said, "What's there to destroy? Don't you think so too? It doesn't matter if this person is dead or alive. As long as you can control him, you can do whatever you want." Emo Ran shook his head, closed his eyes and said hoarsely, "You're wrong. You shouldn't treat him like this. He's the person who treats you the best in this world." "That's ridiculous." The Emperor Ta's smile suddenly tightened. "He's the person who treats me the best in this world? Then what about Shirmei? Grandmaster Emo, don't you think you're ridiculous? The person you should be thinking about is clearly Shirmingjing, who's always been gentle to you and never looked down on you. You're telling me that Chu Wanning is the best person in this world? Do you know what you're saying? You're the one who doesn't know what you're saying." They were close to each other, and their spiritual powers were colliding with each other. Emo Ran's eyes were red. "He treats you with all his heart, but he's very stupid. There are many things that he does so stupidly, but he doesn't tell you. Wake up, the person you like is not Shirmei. All these years, when have you ever had any thoughts about Shirmei? When you were lying on the empty bed in the Wu Mountain Palace, who was the person you were thinking about? I don't deny that he's very pleasurable to fuck." The Emperor Ta said indifferently, "But so what? He can never replace Shirmei." When Emo Ran heard him say that, he was obviously talking about himself in his previous life, but he was so angry that his blood rushed to his head. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're not allowed to insult him." The Emperor Ta narrowed his eyes. "Why? You're so protective of him now. Did you sleep with him again? In this life you slept with him too?" His narrowed eyes were like that of a snake. The strength and spiritual power in their hands did not stop. The powerful technique even made the other chess pieces unable to withstand it. Some of them even curled up on the ground. The Emperor Ta stared at Emo Ran for a while. Then his eyes fell on Chu Wanning. He murmured, "Grandmaster Emo, I heard that in this world, Shirmei is still alive, but you treat him like this." For a moment, Emo Ran did not know how to argue with this guy who came from the door of life and death, and did not know how to resurrect. In the end he said, "What about you? Now that you've come to this world, Shirmei is still alive. But when I came in, why did you not let go of my master?" "Your master?" The Emperor Ta rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "Ha, you know very well what kind of relationship your master is to me. Do you think I can hug him or not?" Emo Ran wanted him to let go of Chu Wanning, so he said, "If you do this, are you treating Shirmei like this? Shirmei is such a pure person. Of course you can't blaspheme him." The Emperor Ta was not fooled and said lazily, "But Chu Wanning is different. He looks cold, insufferably arrogant, strong and conceited. But when he does it, he's like a slut. Have you forgotten?" Emo Ran did not expect him to be so lascivious and straightforward. He was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but think of Chu Wanning's muffled moans under him. Even though he didn't want to, he thought of how Chu Wanning had finally succumbed to her desire under the most intense and largest dose of aphrodisiac in his previous life. She had tangled with him crazily, taking the initiative to cater to him. Their sex was as intense as a beast's. That pair of eyes that were full of shame and unwillingness slightly closed. Chu Wanning's eyes lost focus, his mouth slightly opened, and he couldn't stop gasping. He suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again they were full of anger. I'm not like you. In this life I'll still what? This time it was the Emperor Ta who didn't understand. He felt that he had never pitted Chu Wanning, so he couldn't imagine Mo Ran's love and restraint in bed. After a while, he finally realized what was going on from the other party's angry and embarrassed eyes. However, he was even more stunned after realizing what was going on. Are you kidding? Don't tell me you and him haven't. Mo Ran gritted his teeth. Damn it, the red light almost materialized, tearing the whole Dragon Soul Palace apart. The Emperor Ta suddenly laughed. Grandmaster Mo, at this moment, I suddenly feel that you and I are not related. Are you still me? The two of them, one was like a mad dog, the other was like a loyal dog. The mad one was baring his teeth and laughing at him. The loyal one was silent and sorrowful, stubbornly and firmly confronting him. It was just that when he faced the monstrous mistake he had made, the loyal dog's helpless expression was really pitiful and helpless. Under the confrontation it was really hard to determine the winner. The Emperor Ta was gradually getting tired of it. He suddenly said, okay, I've played with you enough. Grandmaster Mo, let's see the real thing. As he said, he waved his hand, and those precious chess pieces that had listened to his orders and stood motionless at the side all rushed forward. Mo Ran was attacked from the front and back, and couldn't escape. This is your real thing? The treading celestial monarch retreated from the fierce battle and walked toward Chu Wanning. As he walked, he looked back and sneered, I'm a chess piece, so I'm naturally a part of my battle strength. How is it not true? Mo Ran looked at him holding no return, gently patting Chu Wanning's cheek with the blood-stained blade, and then fiercely pinching Chu Wanning's face, saying something sweet to him. He couldn't bear it anymore. In his anger, he forgot that Chu Wanning seemed to have some kind of connection with no return. He shouted, no return. The Modeo flashed and actually shook in the Emperor Ta's hand. It seemed to be hesitating and struggling. It didn't know who it should listen to. The Emperor Ta slightly raised his eyebrows and looked down at his own blade. Oh? Do you want to listen to him? However, it was with this voice that Chu Wanning suddenly felt a splitting pain in his skull. The messy fragments of the dreams that he had before, like rolling sand, covered his mind. Scarlet curtain, pungent beast skin. Limbs intertwined. Outside the hall, kneeling, and the arrogant mockery of the palace maids. The Emperor Ta felt that something was wrong with him, so he lifted his hand to remove the silence spell and said, What's wrong with you? Chu Wanning didn't answer. He was in unbearable pain, and his whole head felt like it was going to split open. He saw the ashes of bones that covered the sky and the sun. The blue sky was filled with ashes. A man in black robes stood between heaven and earth. Corpses were everywhere, and the people were in a terrible situation. Master. The man turned around, and it was Mo Ran's face. He grinned and smiled evilly. In his hand there was a bright red thing. Looking at it carefully, it was a heart that was still beating. You're finally here. Are you here to stop me? With a slight tug of his hand, the heart exploded in his hand, revealing the sparkling and dazzling spirit core inside. Mo Ran sucked the spirit core into his palm. He walked towards him step by step. I can't believe that you and I, master and disciple, can't escape from this battle in the end. Chu Wanning suddenly closed his eyes, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. The Emperor Ta felt that there was something wrong with his expression, so he raised his fingertips, touched his cheek, and then lifted his chin. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Chu Wanning was slightly trembling under his fingertips. The Emperor Ta misunderstood and frowned. I didn't hurt you. How did you become so weak? Seeing that Chu Wanning still didn't speak, he frowned and seemed to want to say something, but before he could open his mouth, he heard a heavy cracking sound outside. The Emperor Ta's expression changed slightly. Someone broke the enchantment of Jiao Mountain by force? His eyes were like lightning, and he suddenly turned his head. He saw an apricot yellow shadow flying over, and the momentum was amazing, and the way it moved was strange and gloomy, like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, Chu Wanning was caught in the palm of that person's hand. Mo Ran said, Master. The Emperor Ta said, warning. The two men who shouted at the same time looked at each other, and there was disgust in each other's eyes. But soon, Mo Ran and the Emperor Ta both turned their heads again, and stared at the uninvited guest floating in the air with the cassock fluttering in the wind. Master Huizue. Huizue's face didn't look so good. Compared to 5 years ago, his face was a lot more haggard, but the sharpness in his eyes didn't decrease at all, and was still like the light of the river and the sea rippling and surging. Mo Ran's heart relaxed. He didn't know why Huizue suddenly appeared here, but since this person was willing to use the art of rebirth to save Chu Wanning, he wouldn't harm his master. But the Emperor Ta had never seen him before, and his expression was very dangerous. What a little bald donkey, where did you come from? Why do you want to be my enemy? Huizue glanced at him, and then his eyes fell on Mo Ran. He didn't seem to be surprised by the appearance of two Mo Weiyu at the same time. On his face there was more of a kind of expression, not surprise but worry. Benefactor Mo, Huizue waved his sleeve. There were too many people here, and in order not to let the Emperor Ta hear, he used the sound transmission spell to send this sentence to Mo Ran's ears. I can't stay here for long, quickly come to Dragon Blood Mountain to see me. He paused and added 3 words, you have to be quick. Then, just like how he came, he left like a gust of wind and disappeared in an instant. These precious chess pieces and the enchantment of Dragon Mountain seemed to be unable to stop him. There was even a moment when Mo Ran saw that a cultivator had already grabbed his arm, but in the next moment, Huizue's figure was already far away from the hall door, and that cultivator's hand had nothing in it, only a mass of cold air. The Emperor Ta wanted to rush to catch up, but at this time, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. His expression froze and he cursed under his breath. At this time, the whistle was sharp and ear-piercing, and his eyebrows furrowed. He glanced at Mo Ran, and although he was unwilling, he still pointed his finger in the air. Count yourself lucky, next time you and I will have a chance to fight. Then he led the rolling waves of chess pieces, and quickly retreated in the direction of the soul-summoning altar. This fierce battle started fiercely, and it also ended quickly. In a moment, Huizue disappeared, and so did the Emperor Ta. There was no one left in the Dragon Soul Palace. Mo Ran chased out of the soul-summoning altar, but saw the Emperor Ta jump up and rush towards the center of the dark matrix. Those precious chess pieces followed closely behind, and one by one, they were swallowed up by the boundless darkness in an instant. And that matrix, after the last wave of cultivators entered, immediately shrank and distorted, and dissipated in the night sky, leaving only the Amei moon in the sky, glowing scarlet. The gate of life and death closed. Mo Ran stood on the soul-summoning altar, where the north wind blew. He looked at the boundless night sky, looked at the mess on the ground, and only felt a burst of cold, unable to return to his senses for a long time. All of this was like a dream, but he knew it wasn't. He knew clearly in his heart that everything that happened today was only the beginning. He was a ghost that escaped from the dead. Some things were just a matter of time, and there was no way to escape. The monstrous sins that he had committed were like a sharp sword hanging over his head. Finally, he was going to ask for his punishment and take his life. He seemed to see the Emperor Ta's pair of ferocious red eyes, and he laughed. Atonement? How can I atone? You and I are the same. You will never be able to wash away the blood on your body. He saw the Shui Meng from his previous life screaming at him. Mo Weiyu, I hate that I can't cut you into pieces. I won't forgive you even in reincarnation. He heard the terrifying sound of Song Chotong falling into boiling oil, and heard a moment of screaming. He heard Yu Wangxi say that out of the 70 cities of the brilliant Confucian Wind sect, not a single one was a man. He saw Su Shuanglin standing in front of Yu Wangxi, his face full of determination and anxiety. Ifu. His voice was like a sharp awl piercing the ear. Blood flowed like a stream. Finally, in the swaying light and shadow, in the stench of the past, in the nightmare of yesterday, he saw the figure of a person. It was pure white and peaceful. He stood under the begonia tree, and then turned his head. In the shadows of the sky he smiled slightly. Mo Ran. I was mean to you, I won't complain even in life or death. He suddenly knelt down. He who had gone through an entire night of bloody battle was now in a sorry state, and was covered in blood. Under the reflection of the bright moon in the sky, he was stunned for a moment, and then curled up like an ant. His entire body arched on the ground, and he began to sob and tremble. Shizun, Shizun, he howled in grief. He choked with sobs. It's not like this, that's not me. I beg you, that's not me. I want to turn back, I want to start over, I want to pay any price, I'm begging you. I'm willing to take out my heart, as long as you don't let me die in the name of the Emperor Ta. I really don't want to be that person anymore. I beg you. He thought of Shuemeng, thought of Shimei. He thought of when he was young, Shuemeng gave him a stick of candied haws, and arrogantly told him that he didn't want to eat it. He thought of when he left, Shuemeng teared up and grabbed his collar, and said to him, "Brother, don't lie to me." He thought of when he was young, Shimei came to him with a steaming hot soup, and said to him, "Mo Ran, I don't have parents either, so we're going to be a family in the future, okay?" He thought of Shimei on the spirit summoning platform, and blood and tears flowed down his eyes. He said, "Actually, you've never understood me." Then he thought of Shuizhengyong and thought of Madame Wang. He thought of how they died in his previous life, and thought of Shuemeng's face, which was immersed in a sea of blood. He thought of Chu Wanning. He suddenly choked with sobs. His fingers dug into the ground so hard that his knuckles were scraped and his skin was torn. What do I do? What do I do? He was like a trapped beast that had been whipped until his skin was torn and his bones were blurred. He howled in despair and grief. This time he suddenly understood. Before, he thought that the Emperor Ta was an extra in this world, but what about him? Wasn't it the same? He suddenly didn't know where was the most peaceful in this world. He suddenly didn't know if his old friends were still around, and who could forgive him. He was an extra. He curled up and he trembled. He wailed and he hugged himself tightly. Just like many years ago in the mass grave, beside his mother's rotting bones. He cried and he didn't know where to stop, and he didn't know where his home was. At this moment he was even more miserable than when he was young. He suddenly wasn't so sure. Mo Weiyu, who exactly was he? The Emperor Ta, Grandmaster Mo. The 7th generation of the Nangong family, the second young master who was picked up at the peak of life and death. He was an unforgivable devil. The kind and righteous Grandmaster. All of a sudden he shattered into pieces. Each of the pieces was so sharp that it was enough to slice him 1,000 times over and destroy him in one fell swoop. Dead. Alive. He was always alone. I'm not the Emperor Ta, he muttered. It was cold. The soul summoning platform was too cold. Every inch of his muscles and bones were shivering. He closed his eyes and tears fell. He sobbed, I'm not the Emperor Ta, what do I do? I really don't know what to do. Forgive me, but who should he beg for forgiveness? Chu Wanning. Himself in his previous life? The countless ghosts and vengeful souls that died at his hands? Or the fate of wandering around? No one could give him forgiveness. No one could. He buried his face in his palms. In this empty world he finally choked with sobs. What the hell? What the hell can I do? Chapter 236. After coming out of Jiao Mountain, Mo Ran was like a wooden sculpture. His eyes were slightly blank as he walked forward in silence. Standing in front of a fork in the road, he was in a daze. The great battle was over. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow washed away the darkness of the night. Only the smell of dewdrops and grass remained in the forest, like greasy powder floating in the morning light. He turned around and looked at the towering mountain range. Then he looked at the road in front of him. If he walked straight, he would reach Linling Island. Shuemeng and his uncle were waiting for him there. They were waiting for an explanation and answer. But he couldn't go there. He had to go to Dragonblood Mountain. Mo Ran vaguely understood that Master Huizue knew far more than he thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm when he saw the Emperor Ta. Perhaps it was because of this that he was increasingly at a loss. He didn't know what was waiting for him. Actually, his mind was in a mess. He didn't have the mood to think. In the end, he only knew numbly. He had to go because his master was there. Dragonblood Mountain was located near Wubei Temple. In the early years, monks would occasionally come to the mountain to meditate, practice Zen, and comprehend. But this mountain was often puzzled. Many people said that they encountered ghosts at the top of the mountain. Once they entered, they couldn't come out. So gradually, it became a barren mountain. Mo Ran traveled on his sword. After a day of traveling, he finally arrived at the foot of Dragon Blood Mountain at sunset. He didn't eat or drink all day and was already very tired. So when he saw a stream of clear spring water flowing out from the cypress trees, he walked over and scooped up a handful of water to wash his face. What came down was mud, then melted blood. Finally, his face was revealed, reflected in the rippling water. It wasn't an ugly face, but Mo Ran stared at it for a while. He felt an unspeakable disgust and disgust. He suddenly broke the water surface, shattering the reflection. Then he closed his eyes and rubbed his face in his palms, almost painfully. Was there any perfect method in this world that could completely separate a person's past from their present? Was there any sharp weapon that could remove the rotten memories from his mind? Was there anyone who could save him? Could they tell him that he was not the Emperor Ta, he was just Mo Ran, he was just Mo Weiyu? But when he opened his eyes, the ripples were calm again, and the man in the water was still staring at him with resentment and despair. He knew he had no way out. He got up and went up the mountain. When they were halfway up the mountain, there was a sudden fog. It was so thick that they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. At first, Mo Ran thought it was a ghost, but when he sensed it, there was no trace of evil. It was getting late. Occasionally, the sound of cuckoo crying blood could be heard from the woods. The surroundings were getting colder. The sunlight was disappearing bit by bit. The surroundings were getting dark. Master. His voice was slightly hoarse as he walked forward while rubbing his hands. Master Huizue? No one answered him. But the strange thing was that he was climbing the entire way almost blindly, but he didn't encounter any obstruction. This path was so smooth that it made one's hair stand on end. It was as if someone had long set up a trap in the depths of the fog, waiting for him to walk into the trap alone. Is there anyone here? The fog gradually dissipated. The scenery in front of him became clearer and clearer. The thick fog fell, and the mountain rocks and vines appeared in front of him. He found that he had unknowingly arrived at a flat and open area. Looking back, the path he came from was still covered by the fog. Only this area had lush vegetation and sparse moonlight. He stepped on the withered grass that was full of dew and walked forward. Then he heard a person's back. Mo Ran was startled for a moment. Then he ran forward in panic and anxiously called out, "Shizun?" Chu Wanning had his back to him. He was kneeling beside a cave covered by wisteria. In front of him, Master Huizue was sitting cross-legged with his eyes lowered. His expression was sorrowful and silent. "Shizun, you." He was suddenly at a loss for words because he saw Chu Wanning turn around. His eyelashes were wet, and there were traces of tears on his face. Mo Ran was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" Chu Wanning didn't speak. He had been suppressing himself. Since a long time ago, he had been high and mighty, majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if when he was born he was an elder and immortal. There was no time when he was young or weak. Mo Ran, but this time he used all his strength, but only opened his mouth to say 2 words. He couldn't hold back his sobs anymore and overflowed from his lips. Mo Ran murmured as he walked forward. He walked to his side, knelt down and hugged him tightly. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" As he spoke, he lowered his head and stroked Chu Wanning's hair. Chu Wanning's body was very cold, but now that he had found him and was able to hold him in his arms, Mo Ran felt very warm in his heart. Every moment of peace he had was stolen. Every word he said to Chu Wanning was the wrong charity of the heavens. If he could get a little more, he would treat it as a treasure and didn't dare to take it lightly. Okay. He was clearly so helpless, but he still hugged Chu Wanning in his broad and warm chest and comforted him. "It's okay, I'm here. I'm here." As Mo Ran spoke, he kissed Chu Wanning's forehead. And at this moment, he suddenly realized that Chu Wanning, who was lying in his arms and restraining himself, was still trembling and crying. His fingers were clutching his lapels tightly. He looked very much like that little junior brother in the peach blossom spring who would never appear again. No one was born strong, and Chu Wanning should also have been like that when he was young. Mo Ran's heart trembled as he vaguely understood something. As he hugged the slightly trembling Chu Wanning, he kept kissing him and stroking his hair while looking at Master Huizue. The old monk was sitting on a huge, cold rock. His brows were furrowed and his eyelashes were drooping. His eyes were half closed, and there was no light in them. He was holding a begonia flower in his hand and leaning it forward slightly, as if he was going to give it to someone. But that person must have rejected his good intentions. The flower had already withered, and only a few had yet to wither from the branches. Huizue had passed away. This person, who hid many myths and mysteries, didn't have any relief on his face at the last moment. His expression was one of pain. What was even more unbearable was that after he died, his face no longer retained the youthful appearance of a 30-something-year-old. He had completely turned into an old monk with thorny skin, and for some reason, his face was being eaten at a speed visible to the naked eye by a small golden worm. This worm, it's a false worm. Chu Wanning finally spoke, but his voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Some people who loathe their appearance will make a blood contract with this worm. The false worm can change the host's appearance, and in return, on the day the host dies, the false worm will devour the host's entire body. Hearing him do his best to maintain a steady tone as he slowly spoke, Mo Ran couldn't help but hug him even tighter. The person in his arms had probably been kneeling here for a very, very long time. His hands and feet were ice cold. From his previous life to this one, it had always been Chu Wanning who had been his lighthouse, his flame, dispelling the darkness and giving him the warmth he could. But at this moment, Mo Ran only felt like the person in his arms was made of ice. So cold. His heart was in pain. I'm here. He told me to come to Dragonblood Mountain long ago. Chu Wanning seemed extremely exhausted, as if someone had drained all of his warm blood and poured endless pain and suffering into him. He knew that I didn't want to talk to him face to face, didn't want to listen to any of his explanations, so he left me a letter. The letter was filled with sincere words, but I was still obstinate and self-opinionated. I wasn't willing to believe him. I was suspicious of him. Mo Ran stroked his cheeks. He had never seen Chu Wanning like this before. Not even in his previous life. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He asked just what happened? But Chu Wanning only answered blankly, I was suspicious of him. This person who had always been calm and rational finally shattered. He was like a drawn bow whose string had been stretched to the limit and then suddenly snapped. He trembled in Mo Ran's arms, unable to stop shaking. He was so desperate, so pitiful. Chu Wanning curled up. Once a person who had been tense for half his life collapsed, the accumulated grief was enough to burst a dam. I should have come here long ago. If I had listened to him, many things wouldn't have happened. Nangong wouldn't have died, Shirmei wouldn't have been blind. Originally, we could have made it in time. Master. If I had listened to that letter, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Mo Ran spent a long time comforting him. After a long time, Chu Wanning finally stopped crying, but his eyes were unfocused. Mo Ran pinched his fingertips, but found that they couldn't warm up. Just like that slight trembling, they couldn't stop. Why wasn't I willing to believe him one more time? Mo Ran listened in silence. In fact, on the way here, because of the Emperor Ta, Mo Ran had actually imagined countless scenarios of meeting Chu Wanning again. He had thought of many explanations and requests, but he found that they were all useless. He didn't expect that when they met again, it would be in such a situation. He also left a memory scroll. In the end, Chu Wanning finally calmed down. Mo Ran touched his cheek, which was cold. Before he left, he always hoped that you would come and personally give it to you. Hearing that it was related to him, Mo Ran's fingertips froze. A memory scroll? What was written there? What did Master Huizue know? Mo Ran felt that his hand was starting to become cold. His hair stood on end. He was so cold that it penetrated his bones. Chu Wanning said hoarsely, but he can't wait any longer. His lifespan has come to an end. When he finished speaking, he seemed to have touched upon an extremely painful scar. He furrowed his brows and didn't say anything else. He was probably afraid that if he said another word, he would break down again. Chu Wanning covered his eyes with his arm. He calmed himself down and slowly tidied up the mess on the ground. He was calm, peaceful, cold, reliable. He picked up the pieces and slowly put them on himself. After all, he wasn't used to being weak. In the end, Chu Wanning raised his teary eyes. He took out the scroll from his chest and handed it to Mo Ran. This contains all the secrets he knew. Mo Ran's voice trembled slightly. Did he show it to you? Yes. Mo Ran's heart trembled. He looked into Chu Wanning's eyes. In that moment he had an extremely terrifying thought. He felt that Chu Wanning seemed to have understood everything. He took the painting scroll with green jade as the axis. But he suddenly felt uneasy, so he suddenly held Chu Wanning's finger and rubbed it. Wanning, if that person on Jiao Mountain what he said to you was true, would you hate me? Chu Wanning's face was already very pale. At this time it was even more bloodless. Even his lips were slightly blue. Would you hate me? Mo Ran held his hand. He was so strong, stubborn, and even barbaric. But what was different from that strength was the bitter pleading under his soft eyelashes. Would I? Chu Wanning shook his head and didn't answer. He closed his eyes. Look at the scroll. The scroll left behind by Master Huizue was very heavy with yin energy. It was not similar to the spells of the mortal world. Instead, it was similar to the dreamland of the feathermen of the Peach Blossom Spring. Mo Ran took a deep look at Chu Wanning again. Then, he opened the scroll and pressed the scroll that was emitting a jade light between his eyebrows. The scene of Dragon Blood Mountain disappeared. What followed was a bottomless darkness. In the darkness, Huizue's voice sounded with a hint of sigh, echoing in Mo Ran's ears. Grandmaster Chu, Benefactor Mo. I know that I don't have much time left. But now that the world has changed and a great disaster is coming, if I don't do my best to tell the two of you what I know to help you return, I will regret it in purgatory. The voice paused for a moment and then slowly said, the past mentioned in this scroll is all unimaginable. There are also my past mistakes that I can't hide. I know that I've lived half of my life and have sinned deeply in the past. In addition, I'm slow-witted and narrow-minded. In these 200 years of life, the days when I'm awake can be counted on one hand. The good deeds I've done are also pitifully few. My life is Huizue and I can't redeem myself. After I die, I will fall into the Avicii hell and never be reincarnated. However, I still have extravagant hopes that after the two of you read it, you won't hate me and think that I'm worse than a beast. Mo Ran's eyes gradually lit up. He blinked. As far as his eyes could see, there were broken walls, old trees, and crows. There were flocks of birds pecking at eyeballs and guts everywhere. He was slightly stunned. He felt that this scene was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Until the dust at the city gate flew, a group of people galloped over. They were wearing headbands, carrying feathered arrows, and riding thin horses. One of the young men suddenly pulled the reins and rolled off the horse. He rushed toward a corpse at the city gate and kept shouting, "Father! Father!" Mo Ran was shocked and felt a chill on his back. This is the illusion of the Peach Blossom Spring? This is Gulin and in the flames of war. Chapter 237. Unlike when he was in the Peach Blossom Spring, this time he was no longer involved. He was just a bystander, and no one in the memory could see him. He walked to the cavalryman, lowered his head, and looked at the young man who was crying while touching the corpse. A blue vein in his skull kept twitching and throbbing. He felt a chill down his spine, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Seeing this scene again, he knew very well what kind of role the young man played in the end in Lin, and he betrayed Chu Suan, the young master of the prefecture. In order to bring his adoptive father back to life, he did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the entire city. Young man, the dead can't be brought back to life. Don't be too sad. We can't stay here for long. Let's go back quickly. No, I'm not going anywhere. I want my father. He went to find food for me, so he died. I'm sorry for him. Dad. Mo Ran stared at the young man. Who was this person? Was he Huizue's father? Or his eyes fell on young man's left hand. There was a black mole the size of a grain of rice between the thumb and index finger of her left hand. He suddenly thought of Master Huizue's hand. It was also in the same position. There was also a mole in the exact same place. Emo Ran was shocked. At this time, the distant voice slowly sounded again. I was born in Lin, and when I was young, I had no parents and was adopted by a groom in the prefecture. When I was 14 years old, the ghost world cracked and Lin suffered. There was no rice or food at home. I was hungry, so my adoptive father took the risk to go out of the city to find food for me. He didn't come back in the evening. He was frightened. Huizue, was he really the young man from 200 years ago? Huizue said softly, when I went out of the city and found him, he had been killed by evil spirits. His intestines were overflowing, and his eyes were pecked out by crows. I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. Emo Ran's ears were buzzing. He followed young man into the city. At that time linen was cracked, and the Ghost King threatened everyone to hand over Shizun. He had seen all these things once before, but when he saw them again, he still felt that they were miserable and desolate, and that people's hearts were sinister. He saw that on the night of the incident, young man begged everyone not to kill her foster father. She begged the housekeeper to let her wait for Shizun to come back, and see if she could leave her father's body intact. I beg you, just wait a little longer. The young master will be back soon. I'll definitely keep an eye on his corpse. If he rises, I'll definitely stop him. I beg you. You won't be able to stop him if he revives. You need to know what's more important. No, don't tear him apart, please don't tear him apart. In the torrential rain, young man kept kneeling and kowtowing. Her head and face were covered with blood, but she still couldn't stop it. Her father's body was violently pulled out of her arms and dragged out of the government office by the steward of the government office. They surrounded the body, which could change at any time. Young man's sight was blocked. After a while, she saw the blood flowing out from under the feet of the crowd, which was instantly washed into a light pink by the heavy rain. I was selfish at that time. I only felt disheartened and full of resentment toward everyone. So I betrayed Lin and recommended myself to be the Ghost King's subordinate. I wanted to revenge on them. As he narrated, Emo Ran once again saw the scene that had once shaken him to the core. The mother ate the child's intestines. The townspeople betrayed their hero. Shizun knelt on the stone steps in front of the city god temple, bent into the mud and cried silently. He saw the mob escorting Shizun to the temple. Like vultures eating rotten meat, they surrounded him in a mass. In order to prolong their lives, they didn't hesitate to sacrifice Shizun's life. He saw Shizun take out his heart and spiritual nucleus together and hand them to the scattered people who were crying for him. He told them to leave here as soon as possible and not to stay any longer. Young man also saw all of this. Later, I went to the ghost realm. Many times when I was alone, I would think of Child Chu's miserable situation at that time, think of his heart, and think of how he used to treat us well. Every time I think of this, I feel uneasy, and I can't escape the condemnation in my heart. Huizue paused. His voice became extremely pained. I am a traitor. Emo Ran couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Sometimes good and evil were just a matter of a thought. Some people actually regretted it the moment the knife was stabbed, but so what? There was no way to retreat. Not long after, I heard that Shizun's soul entered the netherworld. He was a good man. Although his cultivation didn't reach the peak and he couldn't become an immortal, it was enough for him to enter the reincarnation cycle. He would be rich in the next life and enjoy a peaceful life. But he didn't leave. His child and his wife were torn apart because of the catastrophe that year. He went to the netherworld and begged, willing to use his 3 lives of good fortune in exchange for the release of his wife and child. But in the end, it didn't go so smoothly. Emo Ran saw Huizue running around the ghost realm. He was ashamed and couldn't face Shizun, so he carefully avoided Shizun. But he tried his best to pull the ghost soldiers and ask, what about the wife and child? What did the netherworld say in the end? Can you think of a way to piece together their souls and let them enter the reincarnation cycle? Can you think of a way? I beg you. I beg you to help Child Shizun think of a way. We can discuss the price. A ghost soldier laughed at him. I've heard of your glorious deeds. Didn't you help the ninth prince and kill Shizun's family? Why did you suddenly change your mind when you came to the netherworld? Are you afraid that Shizun will become a ghost and come to settle the score with you? Mo Ran followed behind Huizue, watching him beg and kneel to many people. Perhaps they shouldn't be called people but ghosts. But most of the time the nature of people and ghosts was actually the same. Just like what Chu Wanning said, the soul may change its character, hobby and temperament, but its nature would never change because of the reincarnation cycle. Huizue asked around about the reincarnation of Shizun's wife and child, and the ninth prince soon found out. Lord Nine had lost one of his eyes when he fought with Shizun. He had long hated Shizun. When he heard that his subordinate young man secretly asked about the method of reincarnation for her former master out of guilt, he couldn't help but be furious. He took back the token that allowed Huizue to freely travel to and from the ghost realm, ordered him to return to the human world, and took away Huizue's eternal life as a ghost soldier. Go back to the world of the living. When all the chi of the nether world in you dissipates, you will die. After death, you will fall into the infernal hell forever, and your soul will never be reincarnated. The ninth prince stared at Huizue with the only eye that could still be used. This is the price you pay for helping the old master. The darkness of the netherworld disappeared. Mo Ran heard the patter of rain. It was spring and the drizzle was soft, moistening the green buds. He saw Huizue walking in the spring rain with his hair down as a monk. I returned to the human world. At this time 100 years had passed in the human world. Although the Ghost King took away my token, the remaining yin qi in my body allowed me to return to the ghost realm at midnight, when the yin qi was at its strongest. However, if I stayed for too long the consumption would be great. In fact, I am still very afraid of death, so I dare not stay in the ghost realm for too long. Only when I really need some clues and help, will I secretly return to the netherworld. Mo Ran listened to his narration and looked at Huizue, who was walking alone in the bamboo forest. Plum blossoms were lying in the snow in winter, and lotus flowers were listening to the rain in summer. He walked alone from 10,000 trees to the frosty forest. His hemp shoes were worn out one after another. Huizue searched everywhere and inquired, hoping to find a little bit of record that could give the mother and son whose souls he destroyed a chance to reincarnate. Huizue said, "That is also a chance for me to redeem some of my sins." Others might not feel anything and only think that Huizue was ridiculous, but when Mo Ran heard this, his eyes suddenly became wet. Atonement. Everyone who made a mistake and wanted to repent was like a fish thirsting for water, eager to atone for their sins. He was like this and so was Huizue. They were not good people. Their hands were dripping with blood, and there were broken heads at their feet. How to atone for their sins? Using the hands that had once killed people to put life into the pool of merit, could their sins be written off? He hoped that the good and evil of the human world, and the karma of good and bad, could be so simple. But he knew that was not the case. I have been in the human world for almost 100 years. Huizue sighed slowly. In these 100 years, I helped when there was trouble. I saved when there was trouble. I knew that it was useless. No matter how many good deeds I accumulated, I would still go to purgatory after death and suffer all kinds of torment. But I just wanted to make myself feel better. I just thought that if Master was still in the human world, he would definitely worry about people's worries and make things difficult for people, right? In these 100 years many past events flowed by. He saw Huizue carrying a blind orphan walking in the mountains. He saw him helping in the fields. He saw Huizue mending old clothes under a lonely lamp, but he donated all his money to repair the village that was destroyed by evil spirits. Master Chu has never been reincarnated. Later on, I plucked a brilliant begonia in the human world. Thinking that this was his and his wife's favorite flower, I felt dizzy and mustered up the courage to go to the ghost world to see him once. The result was needless to say. He shut me out and told me not to come back in the future. In the picture, Huizue stood in the alley of the ghost world, his thin back. At this time, his back was already faintly hunched. I didn't dare to annoy him, so I never appeared in front of him again. But he didn't throw away the begonia. I thought that he might still like things in the human world. He couldn't find it in the netherworld, so I asked someone to give it to him. I hoped that his hatred for me would lessen because of this, even if it was just a little bit. Later on, I heard that Madame Chu's soul could recover, but it would take some time. But Master Chu's 3 souls and 7 spirits had already been shattered. I'm afraid that he would no longer exist in heaven and earth. After hearing this news, I felt even more guilty and regretful, until one day I got something. On a moonlit spring mountain on the Smoky Wave River, Huizue sat in the cabin of the boat. The sparks of the fishing fire were reflected in the river, and also reflected the object in his hand. Mo Ran walked over to take a look. He sat down next to Huizue. When he got closer, he realized that it was a piece of wood. The wood grew strangely. The branches of other trees had rough bark and fine lines, but this one didn't. It was only the size of a palm. The bark was smooth and delicate, exuding a faint luster. Even in the illusion, Mo Ran seemed to be able to feel that this piece of wood seemed to be flowing with a kind of delicate fragrance. Divine Wood of Yin Emperor. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at the piece of broken branch that was flowing with splendor and disbelief. This is Divine Wood of Yin Emperor. Legend has it that at the end of the East Sea, where no one has ever reached, the sacred tree that grew for thousands of years, Mo Ran had lived 2 lives and traveled the Jianghu for many years. How could he not know the legend of Divine Wood of Yin Emperor? It could revive the dead and make flesh grow on bones. It could be refined into a divine weapon that was more powerful than a divine weapon. It could even help mortals to ascend, directly escape the suffering of reincarnation, and become immortals forever. Huizue obviously also knew about these rumors. He said softly, "The divine wood has a spirit. If it is refined into a spirit core, it will not only allow one to ascend, but also become an immortal. I will no longer be cursed in purgatory. From now on I will be free." Mo Ran suddenly remembered the rumors about Huizue. It was said that he rejected the invitation of the heavenly realm and stayed in the human world forever. Could it be that the truth was that he failed to refine Divine Wood of Yin Emperor? I really want to take this piece of divine wood for my own use. For a period of time I even thought that this was the will of the heavens. The heavens took pity on me and forgave me. They didn't want me to fall into hell and suffer, so they let this piece of divine wood come to my side by chance. In the cabin, Huizue stroked the piece of divine wood, his eyes flashing with desire and confusion. His expression was so contradictory, just like the voice that echoed in Mo Ran's ears. "But I once read in an ancient book that Divine Wood of Yin Emperor is the same as Nuwa's remains. With this piece of divine wood, you can create a living person." Chapter 238. What? Mo Ran was shocked and took half a step back. If he wasn't an incorporeal person in this scroll of memories, he would have knocked over the fishing basket and net rope beside him. Can Emperor Yan's divine wood create a living person? Emperor Yan's wood, Nuwa's earth, and Fushi's zither. These 3 items were originally the 3 emperors' divine weapons. Their spiritual power is extremely pure. It is said that the first batch of immeasurable immortals were created from these divine weapons. I obtained a piece of Emperor Yan's wood. Even if I don't have Shenong's supernatural power, it's not difficult to create a human. Just like how after the death of Tongtian Grand Preceptor, his mother used the lotus root to reconstruct his body. I finally made up my mind to use this piece of divine wood to carve young Master Chu's appearance. Mo Ran only felt that the world was spinning and his vision was dizzy. Carve into young Master Chu Lan's appearance? Huizue said, "I want to give you a son." Mo Ran's throat was extremely dry, as if there was something stuck in it. After a long time he muttered, "Impossible." In the scroll of pictures, the evening bell of Wubei Temple rang and twilight gathered. The tired birds also returned to their nests. The monks' robes fluttered in the wind as they passed under the veranda. Master Huizue sat in the meditation room with the doors and windows tightly shut. Accompanied by the oil lamp and ancient Buddha statue, he carefully carved little by little. He didn't dare to recklessly carve. Before using Emperor Yan's divine wood to create a living person, he had carved hundreds and thousands of dolls until they were exactly the same as the Chu Lan in his memory. That night, he finally carefully took out the Emperor Yan's wood. After looking at it for a long time, he carefully made the first cut. Wood shavings fluttered and fell to the ground, scattering into golden powder. With every stroke he put in all his effort. With every stroke, he saw the figures of the two old friends. 100 years went by under the carving knife. The old monk buried his head very low, as if his neck had been crushed by sin. I went into seclusion and spent 5 years in the temple before I finally finished carving Chulan. Mo Ran stiffly walked towards Huizue. He watched the monk slowly put down the carving knife. It was the last stroke. Huizue brushed off the dust. Huizue trembled as he stroked the face and clothes of the carved boy. He cried and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the wooden statue. Mo Ran stared blankly at the small statue on the table. The divine wood as the body, gilt as the blade. It was a small figure, but it was Chu Wanning's childhood appearance. At this time it was evening and the bell rang. Only the last bit of the bloody color of the setting sun was left between heaven and earth. It shone through the window lattice and shone on the table. The evening bell rang throughout the temple. Outside the courtyard, there were monks burning cypress wood and pine leaves. The strong fragrance was tinged with some bitterness and coldness. Night was approaching, and the Buddhist temple was peaceful. "I'll call you Chu Wanning," Huizue whispered to the wooden statue after the last stroke of the great bell. He bit the tip of his finger and dripped a drop of blood full of metal spiritual energy. In an instant the room was filled with brilliant light. Mo Ran's eyelashes trembled in the light. He closed his eyes. His eyelids trembled as he tried to see everything in the light. But because of his tears the light was blinding. He couldn't see anything clearly. When he was stabbed until he closed his eyes, Mo Ran was thinking. Chu Wanning already knew everything. How much pain must his heart be in? He wasn't alive. He had no parents. He was just a piece of dead wood and a drop of blood. He lived for more than 30 years without knowing anything. The sacred wood has a spirit. After I dripped my blood and became a human, it really turned into young Master Chu Lan's appearance as I wished. I raised him in the temple and took him as my disciple. Slowly, he grew up and began to ask me about his life and where he came from. Mo Ran saw the young Chu Wanning sitting beside Master Huizue. He ate candied haws and asked Master, "You always said that you carried me back from the snow. Where did you carry me back?" Huizue's gaze was cast toward the distant mountain. He was lost in thought for a while. Then he sighed and said 2 words. "Linen. So I'm from Linen?" "Yes. But I've never left the temple. I don't know what Linen is like." Chu Wanning seemed a little depressed. "Master, I want to go down the mountain and take a look outside. I want to see Linen." The illusion gradually faded. Wubei Temple was far away. What followed was the brilliant summer scenery of Jiangnan. It was June. The lotus flowers in the lotus pond were delicate and upright. The fragrance assailed the nose. Chu Wanning, who was a size smaller than Xiaxini, walked on the bluestone road. Huizue followed behind him. Wanning, walk slowly. Be careful not to fall. Chu Wanning turned around with a smile. It was a tender and carefree smile that Mo Ran had never seen before. "Okay, I'll wait for you." At that time Chu Wanning was wearing a small gray monk's robe. His hair was tied into a small bun. There was a lotus leaf on his head. The lotus leaf was still stained with some crystal clear dew, which made Chu Wanning's face look purer and brighter. Huizue walked to him and held his hand. "Okay, you've seen Shizi Lake. Where do you want to go next? Let's go and eat something, okay?" Then, Huizue paused. "Let's go to the city." They entered the city hand in hand. Mo Ran walked beside them. He looked at Chu Wanning with the lotus leaf on his head. Didn't even reach his knees. He felt pity and sadness in his heart. He stretched out his hand. Although he knew that he couldn't touch the person in the illusion, he still reached out and touched Chu Wanning's head. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning suddenly stopped in her tracks upon touching him. Huizue asked kindly, "What's wrong?" Chu Wanning raised his head and looked up. His eyes were as clear as 2 springs under the sun. They fell on Mo Ran. Mo Ran was almost stunned. He could only hear his heart thumping and his blood rushing. He felt that it was incredible, but he secretly looked forward to it. "What's that?" Chu Wanning let go of Huizue's hand and walked towards Mo Ran. The more Mo Ran looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. He had never seen Chu Wanning so carefree. He couldn't help but bend down and open his arms, wanting to hug him. However, Chu Wanning directly passed through his illusory figure. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He turned around and saw that the child had walked to a dessert shop behind him. He was looking up at the stall owner who opened the bamboo cage. Smoke rose in spirals, revealing a light pink cake inside. Mo Ran's heart relaxed, but then he felt a trace of disappointment. It was really just a coincidence. He walked over with Huizue. Seeing that Huizue was coming, Chu Wanning smiled and said, "Shizun, this pastry looks delicious. Do you want to try it?" "Can I?" Huizue's expression seemed to be a bit absent-minded. "You all really like it?" Chu Wanning heard and opened his eyes wide. He asked innocently, "Who likes it?" Huizue pursed his lips and said, "It's nothing. Shizun just thought of an old friend." He took out his money and bought 3 glutinous rice cakes. He thoughtfully watched Chu Wanning take a bite. The steam rose and blurred the child's face. The past was like a river rolling by. Huizue sighed softly and closed his eyes. Suddenly, his sleeve was gently pulled. He lowered his head and saw that the cake was split in half. The red bean paste inside was delicate and soft, exuding heat and the fragrance of the dessert. "Shizun, half for me. The big one for Shizun." "Why do you give me the big one? The taller you are, the more you eat." Mo Ran watched as Huizue took the cake and stood by the stall with Chu Wanning, eating snacks and talking. He was silent for a moment, standing under the bright sunshine of Lin and smiled slightly. It hurt, but he also felt that there was spring water flowing in his heart. He felt that in the face of such a Chu Wanning, no one would not be soft-hearted and not like him. He was the most obedient and best child in the world. The flourishing sunshine in front of him faded again. This time the new picture scroll did not appear immediately. Mo Ran stood in the darkness, and Huizue's empty voice sounded like a ghost in his ears. "I get along with him all day long, teach him to read, and preach to him. But what I care most about is his magic. I still haven't forgotten that I created such a child in order to finally return him to my benefactor. I planned from the beginning that when Chu Wanning grew up and his spiritual power and body could bear it, I would take him to the world of spirits and souls." Huizue paused and his voice became lower. "Take him there and melt the remaining broken soul of young Master Chu Lan into his body." Mo Ran, "Yes," Huizue said hoarsely at that time. "I felt that it was not wrong to do so. What is Chu Wanning? He's not a real living person. He's just a piece of wood, a wooden sculpture. I gave him life and taught him how to conduct himself in this world. But in the end, what flows in his body is not real blood, and what's covering his muscles and bones is not real flesh." Mo Ran was already brooding. When he heard Huizue say this, he could not help but shout, "No." But what was the use? Huizue could not hear his indignant refutation. The monk's voice was still like a whirlpool, dragging Mo Ran into a deeper and more painful whirlpool. "Chu Wanning is superfluous. He has no life, no soul." "No. Why does the sacred wood have no soul? He has life, he has a soul. He is not a human. He is not like a human." Mo Ran howled like a trapped beast in the illusion. "Huizue, you raised him, you looked after him every day. Isn't he a living person? How is he different from you and me?" But Huizue was still muttering to himself, as numb as when chanting sutras in front of Buddha. Words that had been tempered thousands of times came out of his mouth. It was unknown whether he was sincerely worshipping Buddha, or just trying to numb the intense pain in his heart. "He is a physical body that I carved for Chu Wanning. Only when Chu Wanning's soul lives in it can Chu Wanning be considered a complete human." Mo Ran felt his hair stand on end. He did not know what happened next, but he felt like he was going crazy. He ran in the darkness, but everywhere was an abyss. There was no source. He kept muttering, and his muttering turned into a roar. "No. You can't destroy him, Huizue. He has a soul in his body. He is a living person." He knelt down. He was suddenly so scared. Even more scared than when the truth of his previous life was revealed. He was suddenly afraid that Huizue would take Chu Wanning to the world of spirits and souls, cut open his chest, and merge the spiritual core with Chu Wanning's soul. What about the original Chu Wanning? Chu Wanning's sacred wood spirit would leave. Where could he go in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Heaven, earth, clouds, and the netherworld. He would not be taken in anywhere. No, Huizi, you can't. Mo Ran stammered, and his lips turned pale. You can't. How could he not have a soul? How could he not be a living person? That child who ran and jumped on the road with a smile on his face. That child who carefully broke open the flour cakes, gave the big one to his master, and ate the small one himself. He was still so young, but he was more affectionate and righteous than many people. He was not inferior to any life form formed from flesh and blood. How could he not be a living person, however? Mo Ran's desperate pleas and cries could not wake Huizi. Huizi's century-old knot was here. He felt that he owed Shizun's family. He had gone through untold hardships to create such an artificial body. How could he let it go wrongly? As the days passed, Chu Wanning slowly grew up. He was Chu Lan's reincarnated body. I was 100 times more worried about his life than I was about my own safety. So for so many years I only brought him to Lin, and for a few months when he was 5 or 6 years old. After that, I never took a step out of the boundary of Wubei Temple. Huizi sighed and continued. Sometimes I wonder if the worldly affairs I showed him were pitifully little. He lived until he was 14 years old, and besides Lin, he had never been anywhere else. From the beginning to the end, all he had was the world in Wubei Temple's Zen temple, the size of spring and autumn. His eyes finally lit up again. It was a moonlit night. Mo Ran first saw Huizi standing at the door of the meditation room, looking out of the courtyard. He also hurried over. Under the frosty moonlight, he saw the 14-year-old Chu Wanning practicing his sword. Begonia flowers fluttered in the air. The young man in white looked like an immortal under the reflection of the petals and the cold moon. Huizi's voice still lingered in his ears, along with the sharp sound of the sword breaking through the air. But I also feel that it's not necessarily a bad thing to see less. There are too many sufferings in the world. If this spirit of the sacred tree is destined to only live for a short 10 years, and then be replaced by Chu Lan, then living an easy, honest, and magnanimous life, I wonder if the suffering of the mortal world would be more benevolent? The sword dance ended. The petals fell. Chapter 239. Mo Ran listened blankly and stiffly. He had already stopped shouting. He sat in his original place, his eyes staring straight ahead. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but during that time, the lower cultivation world had a serious fissure. Refugees were everywhere, and there were starving people in the wild. The scene before him brightened up again. It was early winter. Fine snow fell from the lead gray sky. A mountain road slowly appeared in front of Mo Ran. The road was covered with a layer of white frost and fresh snow. There were also crisscrossing carriage tracks. I didn't expect that one day, when he and I went to the foot of the mountain to collect spirit stones, we would meet a child who was about to starve to death. Mo Ran continued to watch numbly. Chu Wanning and Huizi appeared on the mountain road. Chu Wanning had a basket on his back. Inside it were spiritual stones. He wore a cotton winter cloak and walked beside Huizi. Shizun. Suddenly, Chu Wanning stopped and turned his head to look at the grassy slope. There seems to be someone there? Let's go take a look. The two of them walked over together. Chu Wanning's slender, white and clean fingers parted the grass. He was shocked and slightly opened his phoenix eyes. It's a child. He immediately turned his head and said to Huizi, Shizun, come quickly. Look at him. What's wrong with him? What's wrong? Whether it was Huizi or Mo Ran, it could be seen at a glance. That child was dirty and smelly. His clothes were thin and ragged. If he took off those clothes, he definitely wouldn't be able to put them back on. They were full of holes. To put it bluntly, the dogs in the temple ate leftovers and lived a better life than this child. If it weren't for the fact that the child was still moaning and breathing, there would be no difference between him and a pile of rotten meat. What's wrong? What else could it be? Every time in front of a great disaster, human strength was so insignificant. Not to mention the death of a child, it wasn't a rare thing to eat a child. Only Chu Wanning, who grew up in a temple, could ask such a stupid question in a daze. Huizi frowned and said, Don't worry about it. Go back first. I'm here to see him. Chu Wanning trusted his master, so he immediately stood up obediently. But before he could leave, a dirty little hand tugged at the hem of his cloak. That hand was so powerless that the pulling force was so weak, like a little puppy gently scratching. Chu Wanning lowered her head and saw a dirty little face with indistinguishable facial features. The child's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, as if another snowflake falling from the sky would crush him to death. Rice? Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment and didn't react. What? Rice? The child whimpered. His face was completely black, and there were only 2 spots of white in his eyes. He trembled as he made a gesture of eating rice and said sorrowfully, "Eat." Outside the scroll, Mo Ran blinked his eyes and came back to half of his senses, but his mind was still numb. He couldn't react quickly, but he vaguely felt that this scene was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He stared straight at it, and inside the scroll Chu Wanning was already stunned. He opened his eyes wide in shock. He finally understood what was going on. At first he was at a loss and couldn't believe it. Then he became flustered and anxious. He only knew that the world was beautiful, but he had never seen a child who was so thin that only his skin was left. He was like a kitten or puppy that was about to starve to death, curled up in the grass on a snowy day. The only thing on his body that could resist the cold was a rag that was too cold to wear in summer. Tugging at him, he only said 2 words. "Rice and eat." Huizue sternly said, "You go back first." But this time Chu Wanning didn't listen. At that time I asked the child if he was willing to stay in Wubei Temple for a while, but the child said that he wanted to return a favor for his mother, so no matter what, he had to go back to Xiangtan first. I couldn't keep him, so I gave him some dry food and some silver. Huizue said. When the child staggered down the snow slope, Wanning stood where he was and watched until his figure was completely swallowed by the wind and snow and disappeared into the wilderness. Only then did he turn around and return to the temple. I went to hold his hand. I remember that his hand was as cold as ice at that time. He was quiet for a while, but the pain in his voice was still not suppressed. After that day, Wanning mentioned to me several times that he wanted to go down the mountain to support the Tao, but I didn't allow it. I even scolded him for having an unstable Tao heart. A stubborn stone fell into the water and affected his Zen heart. Therefore, I punished him to go to Dragon Blood Mountain to reflect on his mistakes, and trapped him there for a total of 164 days. At first, he asked me to let him out, but later on, he was probably extremely disappointed and didn't want to say anything anymore. 164 days. Every single day, I would ask him what he had comprehended. Every single day, I hoped to change his attitude, but the answer he gave me was always one word. Huizue let out a long sigh. It was as silent as the snow. Enter the world. Everyone was cultivating outside the world, but he was willing to fall into the world of suffering just because he saw the suffering of a child once. Later on, he burned the scriptures I gave him and was reborn. I was worried that this couldn't go on, so I ended his house arrest. I planned to change my method of preaching to him. After another year, when his spirit core was stable, I could take him to the ghost realm and everything would be over. What I didn't expect was that on the night I ended my reflection, Chu Wanning left without saying goodbye. I only found a letter in his meditation room. The letter said that even though a long time had passed, he still felt tormented every time he thought about the child he met, so he wanted to go down the mountain and travel for 10 days. He was afraid that I would lock him up again, so he left in the night. At that time I held that letter, angry and anxious, but there was nothing I could do. Huizue sighed. I don't know where he went at all. A new scene lit up again. This time it was in the courtyard of Wubei Temple. Chu Wanning had returned. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were particularly bright under the moonlight, full of vigor. At this moment he was like a divine weapon that had been forged for a long time, and no one could stop his edge. Huizue stood in front of him. The two of them didn't speak. However, in Mo Ran's ears, Huizue's voice was still slowly narrating. 10 days later he really did come back on time. My heart relaxed, and I secretly rejoiced that nothing had happened. I planned to reprimand him a few times, then let him return to his room to rest. But I didn't expect that what I was waiting for was a sharp knife without a sheath. In the scene, Chu Wanning knelt down and kowtowed to the ground. Huizue frowned slightly. What are you doing? Perhaps Shizun has been in seclusion for a long time, but the outside world is very different from what Shizun said. Disciple sincerely asked Shizun not to stay on the mountain any longer, but to go down and take a look. This world is a boundless sea of suffering, and it's no longer the paradise that Shizun said it was. Huizue suddenly became angry. Absurd. Do you know what you're saying? Chu Wanning originally thought that by telling the truth he saw with his own eyes, he would be able to change Shizun's attitude of closing his ears. He didn't expect Huizue to have this kind of reaction. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Shizun has always told Disciple to worry about other people's worries and difficulties. In these 10 days, Disciple went to a total of 23 villages in the upper and lower cultivation world. The scenes I saw were shocking. If Shizun went down the mountain and saw this, he would also. Before he could finish, Huizue angrily interrupted him. Who allowed you to leave the mountain without permission? There is no sun or moon in this mountain. You should have cultivated to perfection as soon as possible and ascended. Why did you hastily leave the mountain and care about the affairs of the mortal world before you had even seen through the mysteries of heaven? The suffering of the mortal world is endless. How could a little cultivator like you manage it? Why do you think so highly of yourself? The more Huizue spoke, the angrier he became. Chu Wanning's eyes also opened wider and wider. He watched as his Shizun paced back and forth under the moonlight, flicked his sleeve, tapped the tip of his nose, and scolded him loudly and sternly. The begonia tree cast a thick shadow, cutting Huizue into pieces. Mo Ran looked at Chu Wanning's face. At first he was at a loss, then he was at a loss, then he was shocked, then he was disappointed, and finally he was in pain. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. Huizue said angrily, Do you know your wrongs? Say something. Disciple. Chu Wanning paused. His voice was as hard as iron. I don't know. Huizue slapped him. You're impudent. A red mark immediately appeared on Chu Wanning's cheeks, but he immediately turned his face back. His eyes flashed with confusion and resentment. Shizun, all these years you've always taught me to do things properly, to worry about people in the world. Why is it that when we really encounter a great calamity, you want me to stand by and do nothing? That's not the same thing at all. Huizue gritted his teeth. You came out of the mountain at this time. What can you do? You're indeed gifted, but the dangers of the world are simply not something you can imagine. Why did you go out? To betray your Shizun's 14 years of kindness in raising you, to sacrifice yourself for the sake of your personal feelings? He paused. His words were sonorous, like metal falling to the ground. Chu Wanning, you can't even save yourself, so what can you save others? At this time, Chu Wanning looked at his Shizun with anger and sorrow. He slightly raised his chin, his phoenix eyes gradually becoming misty. Huizue had probably never seen Chu Wanning's tearful appearance before. The moisture in his eyes more or less extinguished the evil fire in his heart. He stared blankly for a moment, then hesitantly said, forget it. Did I hurt you just now? But Mo Ran, who was watching from the side, clearly knew that it wasn't. Chu Wanning didn't feel pain from the slap just now. He felt pain for the Shizun that he had respected since childhood. He actually said something that was completely inconsistent with the lofty image in his heart. Chu Wanning slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, Mo Ran heard those words that couldn't be more familiar. He said, If you don't know how to save others, how to save yourself? Huizue froze. His body was like a motionless clay statue in a Buddhist shrine that was being worshipped and worshipped. Chu Wanning's voice was slightly hoarse. The suffering of the mortal world is right in front of me. Forgive this disciple for being slow-witted. I don't know why Shizun sits high all day, closing his eyes and ascending to heaven. After he finished speaking, he slowly got up. Under the moonlight, his clothes were no longer pure white. There were stains of mud and blood on them. But they were so tall and dignified, magnificent and divine. This immortal, it's fine if I don't cultivate. Huizue was shocked and furious. His head and eyes were dizzy. He sternly said, Traitor, do you know what you're saying? I only want to do what you taught me since I was young. Chu Wanning was also at a crossbow. But in between tension and relaxation, he slightly trembled, his eyes full of sadness. You taught me. Is your morality only on paper? Millions of victims are homeless, and orphans die day and night. What I should do is not to go out of the mountain to support the Tao, but to accompany the oil lamp and ancient Buddha, practicing Zen. Huizue roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After you achieve Tao and ascend, you can do many good deeds. Chu Wanning stared at him, as if he had never seen this person before. His chest rose and fell, his palms clenched into fists and his eyes surged. Mo Ran originally thought that in the next moment, he would sweep across the ground like a dragon breaking through the water, setting off huge waves, and choke Huizue's throat to make him know his mistake. But Chu Wanning trembled for a while, and in the end did nothing. In the end, his eyes were slightly red, and he said hoarsely, Shizun, I cultivate, not to be free and unfettered, to transcend the mortal world. Is cultivation only for the sake of becoming an immortal? So I'd rather not. I'd rather give up halfway. I'd rather achieve nothing. I'd rather stay in the mortal world. Give me all I have and die of exhaustion. Shizun, please ascend. When I'm done with all the people I can, I'll come and follow you. Chu Wanning. Even though it was an illusion, Mo Ran could feel Huizue's monstrous anger at that time, the secret fear in his heart, and the deep disappointment in his heart. It was just a wooden statue. How could it dare to frown at the person who gave it the order? What did it count for? Huizue's eyes were red, and there was a hint of blood in the bottom of his eyes. He was unwilling and he was angry. Who should he tell the bitterness and secret in his heart? He had nowhere to vent. In the end, he called out to Chu Wanning, who was about to step out of the courtyard, and his voice was extremely cold. Traitor, stop right there. Chapter 240. The sound of stop was like a doomsday bell. Mo Ran could almost guess what he was going to see next. His hair stood on end and his blood surged. He wanted to get out of the illusion and escape, but at the same time he wanted to rush back to the past and protect Chu Wanning. No, Huizue, you can't. But he couldn't do anything to stop it. All of this had happened a long time ago. He could only watch the situation in front of him with numb scalp. He watched as Chu Wanning furrowed his dark eyebrows, his expression resolute and unyielding as he calmly met Huizue's gaze. Mo Ran couldn't help but shout at him, run! Run! The young Chu Wanning had always trusted Huizue. He trusted this honored master who raised him as a sacrifice. He trusted his adoptive father and benefactor. So even if he was extremely disappointed, he didn't see the murderous intent in Huizue's eyes. Mo Ran blocked in front of him. He knew it was useless, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. I beg you, run. Chu Wanning didn't leave. He walked towards Huizue step by step like a pine tree. Finally, he stood still. His ponytail was messed up by the wind. His blood-stained and mud-stained robes were also messed up by the wind. Huizue's lips opened and closed. He said slowly, you can leave the temple and go down the mountain. Honored master? Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes widened slightly. He didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. He only saw the executioner's knife as a bright moon by the window. For a moment he was even grateful and happy. He thought that Huizue finally understood him, but the knife was cold and murderous. Huizue said, when you walk out of this courtyard tonight, you are no longer a member of Wu Bei Temple. Our 14 years of relationship as master and disciple is now severed. Her phoenix eyes were still wide open, but the content in them slowly changed from joy to astonishment and sorrow. Chu Wanning probably didn't expect Huizue to be so resolute. He stood there stiffly for a long time before he finally moved his lips. Beside him, Mo Ran was extremely anxious. He kept muttering, I beg you, hurry up and leave. Leave this place. Don't say any more. Leave this place. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Huizue stared at him. This was the heaviest bet he had ever made. Wanning was a sentimental person. For the past 14 years, only the two of them had been companions. If he cut off this master-disciple relationship, it would be like cutting his heart with a knife. He probably wouldn't. Chu Wanning knelt down. Huizue was stunned. He was still numbly thinking that it couldn't be. How could he be so resolute and obstinate? Chu Wanning knelt down and kowtowed. 1 knock, 2 knocks until 9 knocks. He raised his face again. His eyes were clear and there was no moisture, but his cheeks were wet. Disciple Chu Wanning, thanks Master for the grace of raising me. From now on. His Adam's apple moved. From now on what? He didn't know. He couldn't continue. Perhaps it was because of the strong wind and the cold weather, but Huizue's body swayed slightly in the wind. His kasaya was blown into a mess, and the strong wind filled his sleeves. His face became darker and colder, and his lips were drained of color. He stared at the person kneeling in front of him. That piece of wood. He carved and painted it, and made blood to give life. He taught it attentively and racked his brains. He did so much and waited for 14 years just to send this piece of wood to the world of spirits and souls to become a body to carry Chu Lan's spirit. He didn't do it just to see it here today talking and worrying about the country and its people. What was it? A piece of scrap. Chopping wood. The fire in his chest burned into his eyes. He was so impulsive that he wanted to destroy the world. This kind of Huizue was too dangerous. Mo Ran bent down and tried to hug Chu Wanning, but he couldn't catch him. He couldn't touch him. Chu Wanning was still as stubborn as ever. He knelt in the same spot stubbornly and obediently. He was stubborn because he had the Tao in his heart, and obedient because he felt guilty. Chu Wanning's eyes reflected Huizue's increasingly ferocious face. His chest was filled with hot blood that couldn't be quelled. His entire body was made for others. He was a woodchopper, a piece of wood without a soul. He knelt on the ground. The only thing he didn't think about was himself. Wanning. Mo Ran suddenly choked up. He raised his hand and touched the face that he couldn't touch. I beg you, go clang. It was the sound of metal falling to the ground. Mo Ran slowly turned his head. There was a scimitar lying on the ground. It was Huizue's weapon. Under the moonlight, the butcher's eyes glowed with an endless bloody light. He kicked the scimitar again, kicking it straight to Chu Wanning's knee. No. Don't. Mo Ran was completely flustered. He tried to grab the scimitar, but the tip of the scimitar passed through his fingers. He couldn't grab it. No matter how desperately he tried, he couldn't grab it. In the end, a slender and well-proportioned hand reached over and grasped the scimitar that Mo Ran couldn't hold no matter how hard he tried. At this time, Chu Wanning's eyes were calm. The initial shock had already disappeared. The great pain also gradually subsided when Huizue threw the scimitar at him. He seemed very relieved. If Shizun wants my life, I'll give it to you. Chu Wanning said. Living for 14 years and living for 140 years is actually no different if we're both sitting in this world. Huizue's eyes suddenly didn't look like the aloof eminent monk at all. For a moment, Mo Ran clearly saw the shadow of young man on his face. It was the shadow of the teenager on the rainy night before the rebellion in Lin An. Chu Wanning, Huizue said coldly, if you want to end things with me, I won't hold you back. I don't care about what you eat and wear for the past 14 years. But you have to return what you've learned to me. Huizue narrowed his eyes. I'm going to take away your spiritual nucleus. The spiritual nucleus was the purest condensed crystal of a cultivator. It was the same if it was a sacred wood. As long as he had the spiritual nucleus, he might be able to remodel a Chu Wanning. This time he definitely couldn't teach him the righteousness of the common people. He couldn't let him learn benevolence and kindness. He wanted Chu Wanning's spiritual nucleus. The heart of a living person. Chu Wanning looked at him for a while. The light and shadow in the Zen temple flashed. There were monks doing evening classes in the great hall. The sound of chanting came from afar, like the smell of sandalwood. Huizue's voice suddenly sounded in Mo Ran's ears again. But this time he only said 2 sentences. These 2 sentences seemed to have exhausted all his courage and strength. His voice seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. He knelt on the ground and looked at me. I suddenly felt that when the Buddha forgave the mortals who hurt him, he had that kind of look in his eyes. He was pitying his executioner. the living creatures under the knife, and the butcher with blood on his hands. No! Emoran screamed. But the knife light flashed, and he suddenly closed his eyes. With a clear piercing sound, Emoran curled up on the ground. No! Blood spurted out, and bones and flesh were separated. Emoran crawled over to Chu Wanning's side, wailing. He kept shaking his head, tears and snot flowing. He hurriedly blocked Chu Wanning's wound, trying to infuse spiritual power to stop the bleeding. Nothing worked. Nothing worked. He watched as Chu Wanning resisted the pain, and used magic to prevent himself from fainting. He watched as Chu Wanning stabbed the knife into his chest, inch by inch. Hot blood everywhere. Boiling hot, flowing, blazing hot. How could it not be a living person? Flesh, it was flesh that was torn. It was bright red, sweet and broken. How could it not be a living person? How could it be? Huizue stood stiffly in the same place. His expression was still fixed at the last moment, looking ferocious and cruel. But the light in his eyes flickered, trembled and was at a loss what he hoped for. Was it really like this? At that moment the picture scroll suddenly became turbulent and blurred. The scene in front of Emoran's eyes became distorted and chaotic because of Huizue's emotions when he made this scroll. He saw so many old memories emerging from the blood, and every one of them was soft and real. Emoran saw the 11 or 12-year-old Chu Wanning preparing to leave after summoning Tianwen at the Golden Pool. But a guqin with a begonia-like tail floated out of the lake. The moment it floated, Chu Wanning's body also shone, as if they were reflecting each other. He touched the strings of the guqin in surprise and puzzlement. What is this? What's going on? Huizue immediately guessed that this guqin was probably made from a part of the divine wood of Yan Emperor. It and Chu Wanning came from the same source, so naturally they could sense each other. He looked very excited, a little surprised, and a little happy. This should be your destined divine weapon. Destined divine weapon? Huizue was pleasantly surprised, but his eyes were a little evasive. Yes, some people are born with a unique bone structure, and are born with a connection to the divine weapon. Chu Wanning laughed. My bone structure is unique? Huizue avoided answering. She stroked the wooden body of the nine-song zither and sighed. This zither is fated to be with you. I'm afraid you don't need a spirit core to summon it. It's connected to your blood. The picture changed. Emoran saw two people walking outside Lin City. Huizue followed behind little Wanning and kept asking him to slow down. He saw the steaming hot flour cakes and Chu Wanning's innocent smile through the steam. He saw that in the inn, Chu Wanning was holding a small fan. She was trying her best to fan Huizue, who was meditating. He saw Chu Wanning eat the sweet lotus root for the first time. The sweet juice filled his mouth, and he grinned and laughed at Huizue. Finally, the illusion stopped at a certain summer by the side of a lotus pond. The lotus leaves that reached the sky were infinitely green, and the lotus flowers in the pond were extremely brilliant. Red dragonflies flew up and down gracefully, curling up and stopping. It was a perfect evening. The 5 or 6-year-old Chu Wanning smiled and sat cross-legged like Huizue. He looked at his master with a pair of dark and gentle eyes. Master, master, let's play one more time. Let's play one more time. Huizue said, No, I'm going to the canteen to recite scriptures for an old friend. Play one more time. It's the last time. It's really the last time. Then, without waiting for the big monk to speak, the little boy rolled up the sleeves of his gray monk robe, and the lotus flowers swayed. He reached out his little hand and excitedly touched Huizue's hand, which he didn't want to pay attention to. His childish voice was sweet and tender, like fresh water chestnuts and sweet lotus roots. You against one, I against one, what blooming in the water? Lotus blooming in the water. You against two, I against two, what blooming in a bunch? Elm trees blooming in a bunch. Huizue couldn't do anything. Looking at his smiling face, he could only shake his head. He laughed and high-fived him, playing a childish game. You against 9, I against 9, what blooming in the wind? Dandelions blooming in the wind. You against 10, I against 10, what blooming without leaves? Wintersweet blooming without leaves. Blood stained his clothes and the red lotus was soaked. In the monastery, Huizue closed his eyes. It was a broken piece of wood. The happy laughter of the past was still in his ears. It was a soulless person. What blooming in the water? Ha ha ha, Shizun is so stupid, the lotus blooming in the water. It was an empty shell. The fleshly body he wanted to sacrifice to Shizun. The wood of atonement he had spent 100 years to obtain. It wasn't a living person. It didn't have a soul. Shizun, I'll give you half of the flour cake. You eat the big one, I'll eat the small one. Huizue's tears streamed down. He trembled violently and groaned. He ran toward the child who had already plunged a blade into his heart, whose spirit core had already begun to crack and was about to be dug out. He knelt down, he howled in pain, his voice hoarse. He was like Mo Ran, who was hugging Chu Wanning, but could only pass by Chu Wanning. The sobs coming from his throat were like weeping blood, like a knife stabbing not into Chu Wanning's heart, but into his throat, into his soul. How could there be no spirit soul? It was he who closed his eyes and didn't see, who closed his ears and didn't listen. He had always known, he had always been aware of it in his heart. From Chu Wanning's smile, from Chu Wanning's seriousness, from Chu Wanning's tolerance and gentleness, from Chu Wanning's stubbornness and perseverance, he had always seen that person's spirit. But for his own selfish interests, for the so-called atonement, he pretended to be deaf and mute, he numbed himself. Chu Wanning was never a wooden statue, an empty shell. He was a person of flesh and blood who could cry and laugh. I watched him grow up day by day since he was a child. He looked like Chu Lan when he was young, but when he grew up he looked like Chu Sun. But I never missed out on him in any of them. Huizue's voice was like a broken gong, extremely hoarse. He was the one who shared half of the cake with me and called me Shizun. He was the one who secretly held a fan for me to cool off, thinking that I didn't notice. He was the one who accompanied me in Wubei Temple for 14 years. He smiled at me, trusted me, and said that I was the kindest Shizun in the world. It was like swallowing a bitter gall. Huizue murmured, the kindest Shizun. In the picture scroll, Huizue restrained Chu Wanning's hand and restrained his spiritual power. Chu Wanning fainted from the pain almost at the moment when the spell lost its effect. Huizue hugged the fresh body that was dripping with hot blood. It was as if he was holding Chu Sun, who dug out his heart to illuminate the escape route of everyone 200 years ago when the sky cracked in Lin. But it was different. Chu Wanning was stubborn and proud. Chu Wanning had all kinds of little quirks that belonged to him. For example, he slept without a blanket, or when he was tired from eating, he couldn't help but bite his chopsticks in a daze. For example, he never liked to wash his clothes and would only soak them together. Those were his own habits, his own preferences. He was different from everyone else. The picture turned black again. It was good that it turned black. In such a situation, if Mo Ran saw it again, he would probably go crazy. In the darkness, Huizue sighed faintly. Actually, when he looked at me coldly and told me that he wanted to go down the mountain to support the Tao, and that he didn't want to sit on the ground and ascend, I knew that he was a living person. I was weak and selfish. I almost destroyed the child I raised with my own hands. He wasn't Chu Lan. He wasn't a sacrifice for me to atone for my sins. He was Chu Wanning. When I woke him up, it was a quiet and peaceful evening. The bell of the Zen temple rang. He was born under the solemn gaze of the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. I gave him a name. But what I gave him was actually just a name. I had always prided myself on being the one who created him. Because of this, I believed that he should be used by me, owned by me, and sacrificed by me. But until I saw him, like young Master Chu, he didn't hesitate to cut open his heart to prove himself for his own righteousness. Huizue choked until he couldn't speak anymore. After a long time, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I finally understood that I had never given him a soul or a life. Those were all his own because a dirty and weak sinner like me would never be able to create a life as pure and resolute as his. Never possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.